Oh my God, I'm so freaking excited. And look at Andrew and his beautiful pearly whites. Your teeth look so freaking nice. I never noticed how white your teeth were.
You know, Listerine really does wonders.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I already see some of you in the comments. That's so exciting. For those of you who are new, I am mostly blind, so unfortunately I won't be able to read the comments live or respond to any questions or anything like that. However, still feel free to put stuff like that in there, because as my guests come through and as Andrew is here, they can certainly help out when they can. Andrew, who is my wonderful co-hoster with the Moster, is going to be helping me out here and there throughout the night. So yay, I'm so excited. Thank you guys so much for joining. I know Andrew and I, we do a show every Monday, and it seems like every week we complain about how so many other channels just basically straight up ignore East Palestine. And every time I interview someone from East Palestine, it makes me more and more pissed that they're being ignored. And I had pretty much given up hope. I was like, I guess it's just up to me and one other channel, because I guess nobody else gives a shit. And then I announced this fundraiser, and I was blown away by how many people were like, yes. Or even a few people reached out to me. I was like, holy shit, man. Like, it's actually, getting some attention now. We're going on almost 5 months next month. That's freaking insane. Andrew, do you remember we covered this the day it happened?
Yeah.
And we've been we're never going to stop. We're just not. So tonight, we do have several events going on. 7/22, July 22nd, we do have solidarity events as well. But tonight is going to be geared towards the people of East Palestine, just to raise awareness. And it is kind of the main event we're doing, so to speak. And the mutual aid is such a huge part of what we're doing. I can't tell if someone dropped the link to the fundraiser in here. If not, Jenna, could you please do that? I see you are here. But anyway, so yes, insanely, our initial goal was $1,000. I'm like, cool, we can get some cases of water. Then we raised it to $3,500 because we got more events, and I started interviewing people from East Palestine, and I'm like, this is not going to cut it. We need to do more. And then I went on Kim Iverson's show last Wednesday, and that pulled in over $7,000. That 15-20 minute show I did, over $7,000.
Thank you, Kim's audience. That's really appreciated.
Yes, I mean, I'm blown away. I am absolutely blown away. Yeah. And it's not just the money, but it's the fact that when I was going through some of the comments, so many people were saying, holy shit, I had no idea this was going on. I had no idea this was still happening. And so just going on just to educate people, it was just a wonderful experience, because educating people, like, holy shit, this is still going on, people. Like, this is still going on. And in some ways, it's actually getting worse. So it was so rewarding. So last time I checked, which was about an hour ago, we are at $8,200, which, holy fuck. I'm going to be cursing a lot just in case people haven't watched before. But Andrew, you're flying out to join us in East Palestine. Yes. What do you think when I was texting you screenshots like, oh my God, look at where, So we're at $8,200. What do you think about
I was
that?
amazed. I was amazed because, it was going a little bit at a snail's pace, right? I think, as you mentioned on the stream, it had been 10 days since
10 days.
Anybody had donated. So it was great to get that boost, and it really will make a huge difference.
Huge difference.
So, yeah.
If you want to show the promo of some of the things we're trying to raise money for, and please keep in mind these amounts will be reconfigured and such, because we were not expecting to raise all this money the other day. So we were like really giving like low estimates. Like, I had mutual aid for East Palestine at $1,000. Which was a very low estimate, but now we can do more than that. So we did, we do have enough to get a U-Haul. So we are actually going to be doing 2 drops. There's going to be a U-Haul on Friday, July 21st. We're all meeting in Pittsburgh, and we're going to get pallets of water to bring to Darlington, Pennsylvania. And the reason we're going there is because it's Pennsylvania, but it's only 7 miles away from East Palestine, and it's being ignored as well, but mostly because it's Pennsylvania. But they're certainly being affected. And our next guest, they are doing the water drop there. East Palestine, we will be filling up a U-Haul as much as we can with pallets of water and groceries. Washington State is doing mutual aid for backpacks and school supplies. So we have so many good things, a lot of events. I'll get more into those at a later point tonight. But let's just show the first video, and then right after this short video, we are going to bring in our first guest.
All right, cool. 1 second. All right. Here it is. Let's play.
Today, new evidence indicates that Norfolk Southern may not have had to blow up the rail cars in East Palestine, and that they likely knew that at the time. The rail cars of vinyl chloride were cooling down hours before the vent and burn, and had leveled off in temperature by the time of the detonation. You'll remember the rush to burn these chemicals. We were told at the time that the threat of an uncontrolled explosion due to runaway polymerization, where the cars uncontrollably heat themselves from a chemical reaction, was imminent. Here's a temperature graph of the most concerning car. The time span here is from the evening of Sunday the 5th to the vent and burn on the evening of Monday the 6th. Notice how the temperature leveled off by Monday morning. That's also when 4 additional cars of vinyl chloride were added to the list just hours before the burn, bringing the total vinyl chloride burned to 885,000 pounds. The 4 cars added never did reach a concerning temperature threshold, but they were burned anyway.
The railroad has a serious concern, which they can express to you, about an explosion with 1 or more of these cars. They describe an explosion as potentially catastrophic.
Testimony shows how insistent Norfolk Southern was that the cars be detonated to avoid a runaway reaction.
We ask the rail company, Norfolk Southern has their individuals there, say, what other alternative plans have you thought through? At that point in time, we were told by Norfolk Southern that they are the experts. They have over 200 years of experience on the scene and their personnel doing this. And this is the only option.
But it turns out that the vinyl chloride manufacturer, Oxyvinyls LP, penned a letter cautioning against jumping to conclusions about polymerization, explaining that, quote, based on the information available to Oxyvinyls to date, the VCM rail cars did not exhibit these conditions, and we have seen no information that would confirm that runaway polymerization was taking place. We also know that officials were talking to the chemical company before the burn.
We've also been in consultation with the manufacturer of the product.
This data that shows the cars cooling and well under the threshold of a runaway reaction, according to the company that made them, is the same data they had when they came up with a plan to vent and burn the cars. It undercuts the only reason that we were told that these cars must be blown up. It undercuts the only reason that East Palestine made the news, and it leaves a gigantic void in the story. If these cars weren't close to exploding, then why was East Palestine put through all of this?
Yeah. Ooh, something so many of us suspected that we were hoping we were wrong with. Let's bring in our first guest. You may recognize her from my show several times, Miss Tammy Shy.
I will be
Hey,
joining
Tammy, thanks so much for coming back.
Thank you so much for having me again, and I appreciate all of the hard work that you are doing for our community and your stick-to-itiveness during these 5 months. And we are very grateful for what you're going to do for us on the 22nd. It's quite lovely.
You are absolutely more than welcome. What is your reaction when you saw John Russell's video?
Well, I watched the hearings themselves, and so there
that's true. Yeah.
Yes, there were some things excluded that even make it more damaging testimony. The gentleman that is an expert in vinyl chloride and oxyvinyls themselves said, because vinyl chloride is a monomer, it cannot polymerize unless there is a catalyst. So heat alone won't do it. Something else has to be introduced into the tank, and polymerization is where it starts, the vinyl chloride starts to link and get hardened, starting to work its way to become PVC. And they were saying that it was happening and it was going to gunk up the valve, and there wouldn't be a release valve. But these experts that were dealing with it, and then I think oxyvinyls actually owned the product that was being transported, they said there's no way that that's happening. And there were several other things besides the cooling. So vinyl chloride does not polymerize or explode just from heat. It needs a catalyst, and there was nothing present.
Wow, absolutely. And just to give people a heads up, if you haven't seen our other shows, Tammy and her wife, or excuse me, her husband, Dr. Rick Shy, they are kind of, lack of a better term, infamous in the community. You guys have been doing phenomenal work. Rick has been one of the only doctors to prescribe vinyl chloride testing, which is $700 to get the test, and insurance covers none of it. He is also one of the people who has been risking his own health, going down and taking videos of the water, and the definitely subscribe to Chai Pod. And if someone could put the link in the comments, they do great videos, and it's really just incredible, but terrifying how a lot of times there's that rainbow effect in the water. Now, what are you still noticing that in the water almost 5 months later?
Yes, as of 6/19, Rick was in the creeks and was video. He was actually not in the creek, but they had some workers back in the creek just spraying water out of a PVC pipe. And he was videoing from above, and you could just see the rainbow chemicals. I'm not sure exactly what those chemicals are, but there was also a cloudy substance chemical that Rick has also videoed, and that's on his YouTube channel, the most recent being like a week ago. But what is really devastating, and all of these, there's a high percentage of people that have tested positive for vinyl chloride, that out of all of them that have been tested, and some even benzene, not knowing exactly where this vinyl chloride, how it's getting into their bodies and staying there. But about the Shamu tanks, the 2 large 600,000 plus gallons of tanks. Well, they are filled with toxic water. And we have a couple of drone shots that Rick has that he took, showing the rainbow chemicals in these tanks from above. These tanks are not covered. So that means they are off-gassing into the atmosphere. And mind you, there are people that live a few hundred or even less yards away from these tanks. There are a few businesses right there, right by these tanks. So they're going to experience the off-gassing. And so is it vinyl chloride in there? Is it butyl acrylate, or is it just a combination of everything? And where's the water coming? Is it coming from the groundwater? But with knowing that, and that's still happening, and people are still ill and being affected by that, earlier this month, Dr. Chang from the CDC, who I guess is a specialist, was asked about the vinyl chloride that's showing up in people's bodies. And he said, we may not know how to treat to get rid of vinyl chloride from the body, but we know how to treat those cancers.
Wow.
So, you know, you're a 17-year-old high school athlete that tests positive for vinyl chloride, and you hear that statement. I mean, what do you do? And then you have these tanks uncovered right in town. But on top of that, instead of maybe paying to have them covered, or maybe digging out these creek beds where this contamination is seeping down and leaching into our, you know, closer to the watershed, or that supplies all the people in the area, especially the people on well water like myself. Why aren't we digging that out? Why aren't we getting that soil out? You know, on top of it. I mean, there's enough money, because Norfolk Southern presented to the city council last Monday an offer of $25 million to upgrade the park and to build an amphitheater and fix the pool. $25 million. Now, this is a small rural town of like 4,700 people, plus you have some people in the, right outside the town that are still considered East Palestine.
To build an amphitheater.
Yes, and the city council approved it unanimously and is very excited. So it's like, look, squirrel. Meanwhile, we're going to continue poisoning you. So why couldn't that money? I mean, we'll take the $25 million to build a park, which is, let's face it, $25 million is, you're talking big city money, right? And we're just a small town. And that's great. We'll take the money. But why not match that $25 million and start digging out those chemicals out of the soil? So people aren't sick anymore. People live right next to those creeks. It's a travesty. And it's, when I saw those tanks just filled with that toxic stuff, it's criminal. And these people are putting profit over people. And it makes me feel like we're just looked at as, we just don't matter. Yeah. And that's what big business, big money can do. But it's a shame, because all of this money that's coming in, you know, they threw Norfolk Southern paid for the fair, and they're paying for the fireworks coming up on the 4th of July.
And the Easter egg hunt and all those fun things.
All this money, and it's a big PR, and it's like, oh, it's fantastic what they're doing. Fantastic. So it's taking your focus off of what's really happening. And then you've got half the town thinking, well, that's a great thing, because you can't see the demon that's poisoning you, right? It's invisible. A lot of people are very sensitive to it, and they feel, and they're sick. Some people aren't, but that doesn't mean that it's not poisoning you. And it has divided the town, and people are angry with each other. And in a situation like this, I think it's imperative for anybody out there that experiences some kind of tragedy, like the people in Montana with that train derailment, band together as a unit to get the problem solved as quickly and urgently, as a sense of urgency to happen as soon as possible. Then let's celebrate and have all of this. I know people want to get back to normal, but you can't be normal if you're poisoned with vinyl chloride and have to worry that maybe it's changing your molecular structure and you're going to end up with cancer, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's my little rant.
Hey, I'm here for it. Well, I also want to tell people, if you are on Facebook, please join Off the Rails. Amazing posts from locals. It's run by Tammy and her husband. Also, I do want to tell people about your fundraiser.
Thank you.
Because it's, oh my gosh, don't get me started on Connie, but why don't you share your fundraiser and what you were able to do?
Well, we came to the game a little late because when we started doing the fundraiser, it was oh gosh, it must have been 6 weeks, but we were getting disgusted from what we were seeing, and we knew at that point people needed to move out of here, and they weren't being given the funds to do so. So we started a GoFundMe at East Palestine Off the Rails. And we also have a Give, Send, Go if you're not comfortable with GoFundMe. I know some people aren't. And it's East Palestine Off the Rails, both places. And we were able to raise $10,000 and give it to one resident. Her name's Connie Rager. And we are working towards raising our second 10. We still have a little ways to go, but it takes time, and we are staying the course because our goal was to help as many people as possible, and we're going to do what we can, and we're going to continue, just like you.
Well, I can tell you, every single person I speak to from East Palestine, I spoke with Sherry last night for the first time. Everyone I talk to is like, sings the praises of you and your husband. I can tell you that. Like, you are both just such amazing people. And I cannot wait to see you next month on the 21st when we drop the first water batch, and then the 22nd.
Yes, we are just so grateful and appreciative for everything that you've done. Thank you, Joy.
Absolutely. Next, we have Lee Camp. Thank you so much for joining. Please, give my best to Dr. Rick. And I can't wait to see you soon.
See you soon. Thank you.
Sure. Bye-bye. Yes, my dad is calling. Dad, I'm on the air. Dad, I'm on the air. Oh my God, I can't. Andrew, you're muted.
Here I am. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Lee Camp is now waiting for us in the back, so I will bring him forward.
Hello.
Hey. Hello, Free Palestine. I'm on the right live stream, right?
Yes, Free Palestine. But that's someone made that joke the other day. That was like, no wonder why they're not getting any help. They have Palestine in their name. And I was like, you know what?
That's a good point.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Tell your dad we need a minute. Tell your dad to give us a minute.
I'm turning my phone off. So anyway, you are actually one of the first people that I interacted with who was talking about 1881A. So for people who don't know, do you want to just kind of brief people on what that is?
Oh my God, I cover 900 stories every day. I don't remember what 1881A is.
Lee, it is basically Libby, Montana. You know that.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know the number. Okay. So I did an article and then a video as well on the things Biden could do day one in office, and he won't do any of them. And of course, he hasn't done any of them. And one of them was that under our laws in our government, you can give anywhere Medicare for all. You can give anywhere in the country healthcare if they've been exposed to an environmental harm of some sort. And the only place I believe right now that has that is Libby, Montana. So there's literally a city where everyone gets healthcare. It's every day. Nothing changes because the whole city was exposed to asbestos from the mining there. And so Libby, Montana has healthcare because they've been exposed to something. Now, how could Biden give that to everyone? Well, first of all, everybody in America is exposed to something. I mean, over 2,000 cities have over the allowable limit for lead in the water. That's just one example. Obviously, air pollution, other kinds of water pollution, oil leaks. I mean, go down the list. Everybody's exposed.
COVID would have been an example.
COVID, yeah.
And then you had a pandemic. So absolutely great example. And so Biden or any president could give us all healthcare without consulting Congress, without going through that fight. And of course, they don't do it. And now I just learned that it's called 1881A.
Well, I mean, the good news is we're working on it getting reintroduced. M4M4ALL, we are very connected to working. I don't see, that sounds bad. I was going to say working on the inside, but let's just say we ride politicians' asses so that they include us in the process.
Just don't
Even
ride their
people
asses
who
on the
would never
inside
vote.
and you'll be fine.
What's that?
Just don't ride the asses on the inside and you'll be fine. Yeah.
No, never. Dumb exit forever. But, you know, you obviously are aware of everything going on in East Palestine. You know, we talk a lot about corporate greed, obviously. How do you think besides 1881A that we could even attempt to rectify any of this that's been happening now many other places as well?
Well, in terms of East Palestine, I remember that there was an article saying that if you take all of the property values in that town, the Norfolk Southern, that's their name, right? They could easily afford to actually buy out everyone's property at, you know, great rates. Now, I'm not saying everyone would want to leave, but they could do that and it would still not ruin their bottom. Like, they're rich enough. This is a massive corporation, rich enough. They could literally buy the properties, which the property values have been destroyed there. So they could literally buy the properties of everyone in town and it would not destroy the company. Now, I don't actually care if the company gets destroyed, but my point is just that this is a company that could easily afford to make things right in a variety of ways. Obviously, it doesn't stop the chemicals from being in people's bodies, but at the very least, it deals with the fact that many of them are in houses that they can't leave because they can't sell them, and they're deeply underwater because of what happened there. So it's just yet another way that corporate America could fix this, but certainly will not. And this is just another, you know, this is under a big umbrella of called corporatism, and, you know, corporate America outsources the externalities. All of the harm that's done by all these products, whether it's McDonald's hamburgers or big oil or anything else, deforestation, all of the harm is outsourced. They ignore it. They don't pay fines for it. They don't pay for it. They give it to us. And they say, you deal with the pollution. You deal with replanting the planet to try and save our entire, environment. You deal with cleaning up the water. And this is how the system works. This is how our economic system works. It allows the richest people in the world, the richest companies in the world to destroy our lives. And of course, all of these things make us sick and then not actually deal with fixing it. It needs to be fixed in many ways.
Fuck capitalism. Andrew, do you have a question? I think you're muted.
No, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. So when it comes down to it, what do you think we, the people, can do? Let's say we're kind of over the electoral politics, as many are. What do you think we, the people, can do to try to make a change?
Well, I think that people should find the thing that they care about, that they're passionate about, and work really hard on it while also allying with so many other causes. You know, if clean water is your thing, obviously you could be involved in this fundraiser for East Palestine because it is linked, very closely. But even if it's not your thing, you know, I think it is important that people find the thing that they're most passionate about, learn a lot about it, learn how to create change in your community, and then grow it out from there. If generally people get burnt out pretty quick if they try and address everything, and if they try and address it around the world, it is very difficult, and very few last in that kind of large scale, I'm going to fix everything now effort. So I highly recommend that people find out what's going on in their community and work to fix those things. Maybe it's lead pipes in your area, and you can work very hard at that, and while also giving a shit about so many other topics that you can ally with. An example I used to use was it seems odd that, anti-war protesters should join up with anti-big ag protesters and fight against factory farming. But the truth is, it's many of the same entities that are involved in these things. These are massive corporate conglomerates that don't care about anything but profit. They don't care if they're making people sick. They don't care if they're torturing animals. They don't care if they're bombing people overseas. So the truth is, we should be allying with each other, even if your thing is not big ag, your thing is anti-war. I think we should be working together on so many of these topics rather than being pieced and parted, which divide and conquer is such an effective technique for these ruling elites. It is such an effective thing to just have us hate each other, virtue signal, and say, well, I eat meat, so therefore I could never care about anything big ag. But of course, that's not true. You can be a meat eater and still care immensely how that area of corporate greed is destroying our lives and making so many people sick. To get back to healthcare, it's like in many of these areas, they're taking the refuse from these animals and they're pumping it into the air and water and giving people cancer and making people sick. And of course, we live in a country where if you get sick, they don't want to help you. They don't want to actually treat you right and treat you as a respected citizen. While most developed countries in the world, almost all of them, would do the opposite, would have some level of healthcare for you, because there is some level of concern for citizens in most other countries that the United States does not have.
Do you think that if Biden would declare, which conjecture and a big if, but do you think if Biden would declare a climate emergency that would make any difference?
I know it opens up certain federal abilities to do certain things, but it would help a little. But I think that beyond declaring a climate emergency, it needs to be that the ruling structures turn against the largest corporations that are causing this climate crisis, that are causing us to drive off an ecological cliff. And you don't see that because we live in a government that is controlled by those entities. So, it'll be a cold day in hell before Biden turns against big banks, which are funding the big oil and deforestation projects, turns against BlackRock, turns against big oil. All of those things they own the government, so they're not going to turn against them. So to me, that would be the biggest thing to see is our government even remotely turn against those companies. Now, statewide, you can see a little bit of that. And, people have had some success with divestment, getting, say, schools and universities to take millions of, sometimes billions of dollars out of the banks that are funding these fossil fuel projects, funding deforestation. So there can be impacts on that level. But, I don't think you're going to see the Democrats or the Republicans federally turn against these massive entities.
Absolutely. Do you think that we'll ever see a day in our lifetime where money is out of politics?
Money out of politics. Yeah, I think we're on the cusp of revolution, man. No, I will. I can. Some days it depends on the day you catch me. Some days I'm down like any activist, and some days I really feel we live in clearly important times. That doesn't mean they're easy or good times, but We live in very important times. We are at a fork in the road. And I think a lot of people are waking up. Yes, that waking up is kind of a thrashing and confusing time. People often wake up and then go the complete wrong direction because they're scared of what waking up means. Sorry, I just had a light go out. But but people are waking up and things are changing. And the U.S. is in a pivotal time where we need, if we were to be rational and be adult about it, we need to back up off hegemony, off empire, off owning the world. And we need to work with other nations to deal with the climate crisis. But even outside of climate crisis, we're destroying the environment in a myriad of ways. We're destroying, we've killed 50% of all wildlife across the world in 40 years. I mean, it's not just climate crisis. And we should be working and using technology and doing so many things. And we are in a miracle technological time. If that technology could be used for saving the planet to create a sustainable world, rather than just used to make very rich people very much richer, then we really do have the capability to create this change. And just one last thing on this, which speaks to the fact that times are changing in a big way. The reason the U.S. can print an endless amount of money and not have to worry about it, the reason that we can increase our monetary supply by 20% during the pandemic and send $4 trillion to Wall Street, that type of thing, is because of the petrodollar, because it is the reserve currency of the world. However, well, let me say something else first. And you'll notice a key portion of the word petrodollar. Petro. The U.S. empire is based on fossil fuels. It's based on going down the path of climate crisis. That is the heart of our entire power, our entire empire is petrodollar. And so, but we're in a pivotal time where actually a lot of the world is splitting up off of that. You've seen even Saudi Arabia, which is the key to our petrodollar deal, has been talking about joining BRICS. You've seen a lot of countries saying they're going to split off and have their own currency or a currency they share with each other and no longer using the US dollar. So that is a huge bonus, a huge plus to the idea that we could actually get off the petrodollar and give countries their own sovereignty and move towards a future that is not based on petro, because a future based on petro is just death. It's just extinction. And a lot of people around the world realize that now. And again, we're in pivotal times, but often things seem the worst right before you see some massive change.
I hope so. Do you think that it would bring us closer to being in a submarine?
Closer to being in a submarine. Yeah, living in a submarine. It sounds kind of cool. Yeah.
I love when people are like, this could have happened to you. Why are you being in such I don't know anyone with $1 million. I think if all of our comrades combined, we wouldn't even have like 1 million, let alone 1 billion.
This could not happen to you. No, none of us have the amount of money to go on that submarine. But beyond that, you'll notice that 5 people die in a millionaire submarine, and it is endless news. Whereas, how many was it? Dozens and dozens, I think 50 or 100 or something, refugees die in the Mediterranean on a boat after calling for help and receiving zero help from the authorities. And it gets, a blip of coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. So true. And it's so frustrating, but that's where independent media comes in. Thank you so much for joining, Lee. You are amazing. We love you very much at M4M4ALL. You've been with us since day one, and we appreciate it. As if nobody, like anyone in the chat, doesn't know, but where can people find you?
Thanks, and thanks for all your work you've done. We've been at many events together, and I appreciate what you guys are doing right now. So keep at it. Don't give up. As disheartening as it can get. If people like the way I talk and what I talk about, then my stuff is at leecamp.net or leecamp.com, and I'm Lee Camp on Twitter. I am very kind of shadow banned and suppressed, but if you go to go to leecamp.com. You should find my stuff.
Awesome. Well, thank you again so much, Lee. Much love. And I hope to see you soon at a future Assange event or something like that.
Absolutely. Thanks again.
Take care.
Yeah, you could not pay me to go on a submarine. Well, I would not go on a submarine for free, let alone like paying I don't have $500,000, but like I'm sorry, I do not get the appeal of submarines one bit. Like,
dude, at Disney World, they have a 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea submarine ride. Oh, I just got goosebumps. Look, I just got goosebumps. Dude, I'm not playing. I went on that and I was like hyperventilating. I'm like screaming.
It's like, I don't understand why. It's like, oh, let's go on a submarine and spend $500,000. Like, no, especially going down, the amount of juju around that Titanic. Like, okay.
Hell no.
Yeah. All right. So we've got our next guest waiting in the back as we introduce the one and only Chuck Modi.
Hello.
Hey, great to be here. I'm sorry I'm in a car.
So
I'm in a car, but I'm in Atlanta, Stop Cop City. I had to pull away from an event. It's incredible down here. So that's what I'm doing.
Yes, I actually wanted to kind of lump that into Medicare for All. You've been with us since day one, and we appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
And Stop Cop City, that is also, could be linked to healthcare in many ways, like the PTSD many people are feeling and may need help, or tons of things. And we've all been watching your videos and just seeing just how jacked up it is there. Like, especially last night, they had like that parade of cops just come in during the vigil. Like, what is as a journalist, like what are you seeing? What is your take on everything going on?
Well, I want to answer that, but first things first. I want to thank you for keeping this Medicare for All alive. There was a time when every single person on the left was talking about Medicare for All in unison. All of a sudden, everybody stops talking about it. But people did not stop getting sick. People did not stop dying. The slow genocide never ended. We just stopped talking about it. So it's an honor and privilege to be here and cover some of the previous two rallies that you've helped spearhead. And I think it's really important to talk about subjects that aren't getting enough attention. We could talk about Trump all day and even Biden, I criticize him all day too. But what are we doing? What are the policies that we're pushing forward? So I want to start by thanking you for that. And then saying I have such incredible love for the people that I've met the last few days. Many I knew on Twitter peripherally, who are in Atlanta, who have been, so many people were forest defenders for 2 years. Because if you're like me, you're late. You didn't come until Tortuguita got murdered. And then some other horrific events happened. But what we've seen here in the last few days and what I've seen up close is indicative of why everybody here wants to stop Cop City, the $90 million facility, which is really a response to the George Floyd and Rayshard Brooks protests. So the next time the people rise up, they could just put everybody down, and you could have a facility that will really be targeted at oppressing Black and working class voices all over the place. So about 50% of the people who will be trained at Stop Cop City won't even be from Atlanta or won't even be from Georgia. And the people here are fighting it. And I think what's important, it's not just a reactive fight like George Floyd, and bless everybody who came out after George Floyd, but it's a proactive fight. As somebody I interviewed yesterday, they said, we're trying to stop the next George Floyd. That's the difference here. And that's the evolution and the next step that's going on in Atlanta.
Absolutely. What is the energy there? Is it a mixture of people who are pissed, sad, hopeful? Like what is the energy like?
I think it's incredible energy. And I mean, there are a lot of people here, and they're, at the outset, some came as climate justice activists to protect the Wilani Forest that they're trying to tear down. Others longtime racial justice activists others both. And then, but I think everybody sees all the intersections, right? I'm leaving a situation I'm not far from that there's a talk going on right now around police abolition and its intersection to climate justice. So, I mean, the energy is positive. The energy is resilient. I could say this. It's a very multi-layered approach. It's a great diverse group of activists and with diverse strategies. There's no one strategy. This is the right way. This is the wrong way. So you have people operating on many different levels. So if it means going to the city hall to make your voice known, even though they know the city council is going to vote against you, they're still going to do that up to 17 hours, up to 5 a.m. to destroy the narrative that the people of Atlanta want Cop City. That is the narrative that the Atlanta Journal-Constitution is putting forth. That is the narrative that the mayor and Atlanta leadership is putting forth. So they destroyed the narrative, and they had no illusions that was not going to be successful. So now there's an effort to have a referendum, bring a vote in November. If you say the people don't want, if you say the people want Stop Cop City, I messed that up. If you say the people want Cop City, then let's vote on it. Let's look at it. And the people that are doing that. These are two of many approaches. So everything inside the system, everything outside the system. And when I interview people and I ask the question, well, what if plan A, B, and C, according to their rigged rules, doesn't work? They will say, they will say Cop City will not be built, period, by any means necessary.
Absolutely. Watching those videos gives me so much hope, and I just feel so much solidarity. Last night when I was watching that half-hour video of them just like straight up and encompassing all those cops, there's like 30 cops trying to get them, telling them, oh, it closes at 9, but it's like 6:45, and they're all just like, oh, we'll escort you out. How about that? I was like, yes,
that's right.
Yes.
I'm invigorated. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not that, there's a lot not to be invigorated about because there's so much going wrong with the world right now. We've slid back since 2020 and the George Floyd uprising and so many other areas besides policing. However, I find that what's depressing is not just the oppression. What's depressing when you don't see people fighting back against the oppression. When Joe Biden becomes a sedative on a protest movement. Well, you know what? They weren't a sedative on Atlanta. They've been fighting out here for 2 years. It's the rest of us, including myself, who maybe took a step back or were fatigued and had to pull it together. But they've been fighting in Atlanta, and I don't think I fully realize the extent, and I can't honor them enough of what they've been doing.
Wow, I had no idea it's been that long.
Yeah. Wow. They were in the forest nearly 2 years now, right? There were people defending that forest for it's about 2 years, but I think the world woke up when Tortuguita was executed, and we have autopsies that really show it's an execution. No soot on his hands. The police narrative does not hold water. Then we saw after that, we saw domestic terror charges on peaceful protesters who were rounded up and kettled in a field listening to music. So we saw that level of repression and that level of police terrorism. And then the third huge act that people may not know about is that there was a SWAT raid a few weeks back on supporters of protesters, bail supporters who legally help them out. And that takes it to a little bit of a new level. It means not only if you're protesting, which is bad enough because we should have constitution and free speech and freedom to protest. But on top of that, if you peripherally help protesters, bail them out, you could be liable too. You could get domestic charges too. So this is some really Nazi Germany type stuff. And those are 3 examples that have had it. And all of those examples give you a sign that maybe we don't want more of this and a new Cop City that will give $90 million more dollars to enact the same kind of oppression. What are we talking about?
Wow, that is, oh my God. I know one of the, there's kind of like a protest that's twofold. As you said, it's the deforestation and then also Cop City. What are the ways that people see that intertwining?
Well, they're sort of one and the same, because such a thing as environmental racism, right? Every
Sure.
time they take away a forest, it's usually in a black community, close to a black community. I've been educated a lot, interviewing people, talking to people. I don't consider myself a climate justice activist, but a lot of people, talk about what's the effect, right? What is the effect on breathing? What is the effect on oxygen? What is the ripple effect of taking out a forest beyond the beauty of it? I mean, just on health matters. What I've heard the word heat box being talked about. Every time we lay more pavement down, it creates a heat box that is very unhealthy. On top of that, you're getting into indigenous issues too. Or on Muskogee land, I've interviewed indigenous individuals who were talking about that aspect. They're like, this is our land too. There's so many layers to this. But at the end of the day, we don't get away from capitalism, because you have to ask yourself, what can bring right wingers like Brian Kemp together with Atlanta mayoral leadership and the Atlanta City Council, their Democratic leadership, and then silence two allegedly progressive Atlanta senators? What force can do that? Well, I'm going to tell you what force. $60 million of corporate funds that is supporting the Atlanta Police Foundation. You know who could do that? Coca-Cola could do that. You know who could do that? Home Depot could do that. You know who could do that? Wells Fargo can do that. And that if you put enough money behind something, it doesn't matter what your political orientation is. I'm sure a lot of people in Atlanta, leadership privately on that council, were like, I don't agree with this cop city, but I like that Coca-Cola money, and I like my job, and I like keeping it. So we have to stop thinking of people as individuals, and we have to think about people as really being controlled by the corporate state.
Absolutely. Great point. And, as far as environmentally, we are seeing what's going on in East Palestine. And
Yes.
you interview a lot of people on class aspects as well. Yeah. And the average median income in East Palestine is $27,000 a year for a family. And this is who they're doing it to. It is like Flint. It's like eugenics of the poor.
It is, and let me commend you. I believe you're going to have the rally in East Palestine, right?
It's in the very neighboring town at the courthouse. I was having it there, and then they were like, it's still unsafe. So we're doing it at the courthouse in the neighboring town.
I think it's important because you know what? Environmental racism, capitalism that does not put people first and harms people, that can be in Flint, that could be in Jackson, that can be in East Palestine. And, I've heard the argument that on some level it's a Trump country. And I actually reject that argument. Right now, we have an opportunity to help the people in East Palestine, and not everybody's Trump, but let's be honest about that, to help everyone, but also educate and inform why this happened, to politically inform why this happened. And you have a responsibility, and I think in particularly white people to other white people, have a responsibility to inform of what are some of the greater forces that led to this. And maybe you've been duped. When I'm here in the South, I turn on every time I walk in a place, Fox News is on. You turn on the radio, everyone sounded like a Rush Limbaugh. And on some level, we have to rather say, okay, these white people are bigoted, say, well, these white people have been indoctrinated. That's a little bit different. And that indoctrination has led to them being bigoted. Now, I'm not asking black people to flip them. I'm not trying to have them deal with that trauma or whatever. But I do believe amongst white people, we do have a certain responsibility when we know there's indoctrination going on to undo some of that indoctrination and help people who need to be helped. And once we help people, we come with love and we come with education and information. Well, that's how you start to change communities. And that's how you start to make a difference. And I want to give you one example, because the last time we spoke, remember we talked about that Fred Hampton myth?
Yeah.
And that Fred Hampton myth is that I hear a lot people say, well, the Rainbow Coalition, they worked with these Confederate flag waving racist bigots to form a coalition, and it's the biggest myth ever. And what happened is that they already renounced racism. The Young Patriots and Young Lords are part of the Rainbow Coalition. But not only that, in doing some reading, there were other white people, both from SDS and Join movement organizations, that came in 3 years prior to help them and help with jobs and help with housing in that community. And they were getting beat by police, those white people. So they already had an anti-police orientation based on their own experience. And by the time the Black Panthers coalesced with them, and by the time the Young Patriots actually adopted the Black Panthers 10-point platform almost word for word, by the time that happened, there were already white people working with other white people for a few years and trying to build an anti-racist orientation, anti-fascist orientation, anti-capitalist orientation before that union came. So when the Panthers saw the Young Patriots, like, oh my God, I never seen white people talk like this against racism or against police before. And that led to a union. And so I say that when people say they want to do the quick way of having a cross-racial coalition, let me connect with these bigots. No, you're cutting corners. I think the right way is to go into East Palestine and help people who are hurting and help those people get better health care and help them get better rights. And then they will see through our information and our education what's the right way. That's the right way to do it.
Absolutely right. And I also tell people, hey, you want to say, oh, Trump country, but guess what? Even if they were Biden country, his ass hasn't come in 5 months. You think he gives a damn? He doesn't give a shit. What does it matter? Like, this is a human issue. This is about humanity. And if you believe healthcare is a human right that shows no borders, everyone deserves it.
That's exactly right.
I cannot thank you enough, Chuck. You are always so amazing and you're always welcome. Are you going to be in Atlanta on July 22nd?
Atlanta or East Palestine?
Atlanta.
Tell me about July 22nd.
So our next guest actually is doing a sister action in Atlanta, and he is having a protest outside of Norfolk Southern headquarters.
Listen, I'm going to think about it. See, I'm lucky that I live in the DC area, and I'm saying you could get some really cheap flights. I came down for the testimony a couple of weeks ago. I came on a $43 flight. I swear. Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, if you don't do the bags right, Frontier is going to mess you up.
Right.
Get you on the back end. We all know that hustle. But if you could beat the hustle, have the right backpack, and come for a couple days, I literally came here on $43, which is kind of in my budget. You know, that's kind of my budget to go in quick. So Atlanta for me, after meeting some people, I find I'm going to pop in and out if I could do it on a budget.
Awesome. Well, I will keep in touch with you. Thank you so much, Chuck. Much love. And thank you for all you're doing.
You too. You too. To the both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Andrew, if you want to bring up that, I always call it a meme promo. Ricky, don't get mad at me. I caught myself. I know it's a promo. How can you not love Chuck Mowdy? Just what a badass. He just gets in the streets like for over 10 years. He has been in the streets, the streets all over the country. He's just a badass.
The promo for the March for Medicare for All
in Atlanta.
Yep.
Yeah,
got that one. Yeah.
Boom.
So
nice. So yes, you guys. Our next guest is David Meadows. He did one of our events in 2021. And he reached out and said, hey, can I do a sister march or a sister rally rather outside of Norfolk Southern? And we were like, yes, fuck yes. So thank you so much for joining tonight, David. I know it was kind of last minute, so I appreciate it.
No, I'm so happy to be here. Yeah. We saw that we're having another day of action this year. This is our 3rd annual day of action. And I was so excited. And I saw that you were highlighting what was going on in East Palestine. And I thank you for that. And I just thought, how can we tie that into what's going on here in Atlanta? And as some people may know, that Norfolk Southern is a member of the Atlanta Police Foundation. And they're currently in the practice of they've already cut down 85 acres of the 300-acre forest. And as Chuck just recently mentioned, talking about they've got a petition for the ballot in November in the city of Atlanta. And we've invited them to come on down on the 22nd to pass around that petition for city of Atlanta residents who want to tell Norfolk Southern and the city of Atlanta that, no, this property is not going to be leased. And we're going to be circulating a petition to Norfolk Southern, specifically in the issue of March for Medicare for All, and raising up the issue in East Palestine, because Norfolk Southern in December of last year made a show of their corporate power when they forced the Biden administration. I'm not sure that they had to use too much prodding and pushing, but they probably just suggested to the Biden administration that they could pass a law to cut the legs out from railroad workers and make it illegal for them to strike. So we've seen an example of this fascist power that this corporation is wielding. And so we're taking the argument to them that they have a responsibility, being that they were negligent with what happened in East Palestine, to push the administration to invoke Article 1881A of the Social Security Act and give these people health care as a human right. And he could do that for all of us if he had the political will. But the idea is to get the corporation to force him to actually do this.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to be with, the people of East Palestine and surrounding areas, but being at the headquarters is equally as important. I was so excited when I told you that. And I got to tell you, people I've told from East Palestine are just so excited about this. They're like, wait, they're going to be protesting while we're protesting. That's so amazing. So yeah, I think we're hitting it at both ways. We're getting the mutual aid and being with we the people, and then we're also taking on the corporation. So it's so badass. So I know, we talked before too, you're going to be working in Cop City as well. Because it's all relative. So I was asking you, how do you think Cop City falls into play with Norfolk Southern and Medicare for All? And you gave a great answer. Do you want to kind of expand on that for the people watching?
Absolutely. I personally suffer from asthma, have since I was a little kid. It was genetically passed down. Although there's a lot of evidence that a lot of people have asthma these days, along with other ill health effects because of the amount of lead that we had in our gasoline for so many years. I'm a little old. I was born in the 80s. So I was still
I was born in the
70s. Well, then you know what I'm talking about, because that's the whole reason we have such a thing as called unleaded gas, because at a time you could choose leaded. But I suffer from asthma, and so I really internalize and really empathize with breathing, and they call the Weelaunee Forest the lungs of the city. And the negative health effects that are going to come from removing a forest from the city of Atlanta citizens and the citizens of DeKalb County right there, it's actually on DeKalb County land. It's actually in the county of DeKalb rather than Fulton. And the way it's going to affect these citizens is no less shameful than the preventable poisoning and environmental and health disaster that Norfolk Southern caused in East Palestine. So we are in solidarity because we're under the same thumb of that corporate power here in Atlanta and in East Palestine.
Absolutely. So I also want to give a shout out. What kind of speakers are you looking for? Chuck will keep me updated. I had to hit him up because I know he's back and forth in Hotlanta, which you say people don't say, but that's still what I'm going to call it. So what, if anyone wants to speak at this or have any more info, please reach out to me on Twitter, or you can reach out to M4M4ALL on Twitter, or our email at m4m4all.org. Who specifically would you like to come speak?
Well, I've reached out to the folks at Community Movement Builders. I've reached out to People for the People, an autonomous group of young ladies who held a continuous action at the Capitol when Roe v. Wade was overturned a year ago for 24/7 for several weeks, and under great oppression by state troopers and local police. These young women organized out in front of the state capitol, were there 24/7. I was there at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning with them. There were times in the middle of the day where it would come down a downpour. They were still there. And so I've reached out to them. I've reached out to the group that's circulating the petition, the Cop City petition. And if I've got a moment for very specific names, I'd like to put on a wish list. Can I have permission to create a wish list real quick, Joy? I heard that Christian Smalls and a guest tonight, Mr. Donziger, would be in Atlanta.
Trust me, I'm putting Steven on the spot.
Excellent.
We've been friends over a year. He's been on my show many times. Don't worry. I'm gonna pressure him.
I would greatly welcome both of them to come. I've admired the work that they did. Stephen with what he did with the tribe in the Amazon fighting for their rights for environmental justice, and what Christian has done at Amazon fighting for health justice, because it started off as a health justice issue. He was organizing around PPE for Amazon workers, and I greatly admire the work that both of them have done. And so those are the types of voices we definitely want to uplift for this action.
Awesome. Well, I cannot thank you enough. I'm so excited. Can you tell everyone where and when?
Excellent. Yeah. So we're going to meet Saturday, July 22nd. We're going to meet at 11 o'clock at the North Avenue MARTA station. And we're going to march to Norfolk Southern headquarters at 650 West Peachtree Street. We're going to be there from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Just a few hours. If you can't be there the whole time, drop in for however long you can. Sign your name on these petitions and show some solidarity with the folks in East Palestine and the folks here in Atlanta that are losing their forests. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And bring those signs, definitely. And feel free to drop some F-bombs, because I sure as hell do. Thank you so much, David, for joining. And again, we're so happy to have you. Take care, and we will talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, Andrew, who do we have next?
Yes, so next we have Maximilian Alvarez coming on up.
Oh, I know you were super excited to talk to him.
Yes. So
do you have a picture? Uh-oh.
Do I have a what?
Does he have a picture? There we go.
There it is.
Hello.
Like technical difficulties. Sorry about that.
I think we were both clicking on it at the same time. Thank you so much for joining us. I was like, we have to get this guy on. You did an amazing fundraiser for the people in East Palestine. I guess it was probably 2-3 weeks ago. Well, first of all, introduce yourself. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me on. As everyone else has said, and I'm going to reiterate, thank you guys for doing this work. Trust me, I know I'm in solidarity with y'all. I know it's not easy. I know it's very taxing. We're constantly trying to get people to pay attention, but it's because of folks like people in and around East Palestine have not been forgotten. So thank you for being part of that. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this. And yeah, I guess for folks watching, my name is Maximilian Alvarez. I'm calling in from Baltimore, where I am the editor-in-chief of the Real News Network downtown. We're an independent, nonprofit, grassroots-focused media network. I also host the podcast Working People, where I've been interviewing workers, including a number of folks living in and around East Palestine, as well as many railroad workers who I was interviewing left and right last year. I'm wearing one of my Railroad Workers United shirts. Shout out to RWU. But yeah, that's who I am. I also do a labor segment at Breaking Points. Did a book that I got right here of interviews with workers. So that's who I am.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, is that on audiobook?
So it's not yet, and it's an interesting
Damn it.
question.
Okay, I couldn't find it.
Well, it's tough because it's a book of interviews, and normally all my interviews are
Right.
audio. I'm very partial to the medium of podcasting, and I love Studs Terkel's work in the tradition of oral history. Like, I just think you can be more intimate and raw when you're just sort of talking over a phone or even Zoom. And so writing a book was definitely a new venture for me, because there you're trying to edit the text transcripts of the interviews to be readable, but you want to be as faithful as possible to the original conversation. So like it puts you in this sort of weird space of like, well, if I release the audio, people are going to notice like the changes that me and the interviewees worked out to get it ready for text. But maybe that's just being too precious, and we should just put it out there so people can listen to it.
Well, I mean, my blind ass is like, I need it on audio. that's the only thing. But yeah, no, I wrote a book, so I totally hear you. But yeah, I mean, you have done so much great work. And actually, our next guest, you've interviewed Miss Jessica Kennard. And I have Jamie later. So yeah, you've spoken to a lot of the same people. We see what is going on in around East Palestine, and we just found out more info Friday. What was your reaction when we finally got the EPA to admit stuff that we already know?
I mean, it's hard. I don't need to be like PG on here, right? It's like I was listening to the stream. I noticed that, yeah, like we're free to curse, but I mean, it's just fucking, it's a travesty. It's such a travesty, this entire thing, from the fact that railroad workers, like folks who work for Norfolk Southern, but also the major rail carriers, I mean, they were screaming about how a catastrophe like this was really only a matter of time if we didn't address the issues that they were trying to get the public to pay attention to all throughout last year. And by that point, when we were at the point where we almost had a national rail strike or national rail lockout, we were 3 years into the contract negotiations between the rail carriers and the rail unions. Like, this has been such a long, drawn out fight just to try to get these rail carriers, who have been totally taken over by Wall Street ghouls and executives who solely exist to serve the shareholders at the expense of the workers, at the expense of people living in places like East Palestine. And there are a lot more of us like that than you may think if you are watching this. There are rail terminals and rail lines passing through your neighborhoods, your cities. I'll tell you where they're not passing through. They're not passing through the gated communities of the rich, the wealthy enclaves where, people don't have to sit at a traffic light while a 3-mile train, passes by them, making them late for work. No, it's passing through our communities. There's a rail terminal here in Baltimore, a CSX terminal. The entire surrounding neighborhood is a sacrifice zone now. There was an explosion there. Like, residents are regularly poisoned, just like the residents of East Palestine. They open their windows on a day like this. By the time night comes around, they've got black film on their skin. Like, this is happening all over the country. And like, we are just declaring entire neighborhoods, entire counties, entire native reservations, like basically just sacrifice zones. Like, tough shit, you guys lost the great American lottery. Now, I don't know, like, fight for your survival. We're going to stop paying attention after, the news cycle picks up some other type of story. So I was already fighting against a mainstream media ecosystem that did not give a shit about the railroad workers until we were literally at the 11th hour in September of this past year, And suddenly everyone was like, holy crap, there might be a railroad strike. Where did this come from? And thankfully, myself, my colleague Mel Buer, along with a lot of other great journalists at places like Labor Notes and in these times, because we had been talking to railroad workers for so long, we were able to kind of jump in and quickly explain to people, here's what you need to know. Here's why everything is fucked. Here's why the rail carriers in Wall Street are the problem. And you should listen to the rail workers if you want to avoid greater catastrophe. And it's not just catastrophes like the derailments in East Palestine. It is such a bigger problem that all of us have a vested interest in because it is hurting our economy. All that money that is getting siphoned out of the railroads and into the pockets of executives and shareholders through, extravagant salaries, through, historic levels of stock buybacks and increased shareholder dividends. That's money that is not going into rail maintenance. That's money that is not going into hiring more people on the railroads so that we could have more folks checking the rail cars, checking the bearings like the one that blew out on the Norfolk Southern train that derailed in East Palestine. More folks checking the track. People around America can see our infrastructure is crumbling. We are in the gut of decaying empire. It's like our society is slowly being digested by disregard and neglect. And that is in fact the case. And at the same time that that's happening, rail carriers like Norfolk Southern, which are more profitable than they have ever been, we're talking billions and billions of dollars a year, they are cutting their workforce left and right year after year after year. They are giving us fewer people to check those tracks, fewer people to man those trains while making the trains longer and more hazardous, fewer people checking the cars before they get back on the track, fewer people in the dispatch office to respond to distress calls like the hot box detectors, that 3 of which picked up that there was a faulty bearing. By the time the rail crew was really notified, it was already too late, so on and so forth. So hopefully folks watching can kind of see how this is like all connected. But so we were already doing that, trying to get people to listen, trying to lift up the voices of railroad workers all last year. And then here comes, pro-union President Joe Biden and Democrats and Republicans in Congress, all conspiring, all on the same side, all joining in to basically undercut the rail workers, force them back to work, force them to accept a deal that the majority of railroad workers voted down, and basically give the rail carriers everything that they wanted, thus giving them no incentive to change their greedy practices that have led to the catastrophe in East Palestine, as well as the 1,000+ other derailments that happen around the country every single year. It's not as if the derailments have just stopped happening after East Palestine. There were 4 more the next week. They just weren't as catastrophic as this. So it reached us at a point of exhaustion with the railroad struggle. Then East Palestine happens, and these, as you were fighting to raise people's awareness of, these people have just been living a perpetual nightmare for 5 goddamn months. They have been they've had their lives completely upended. And the folks that I've talked to on my show and the live stream fundraiser that we did at the Real News, like you mentioned, Ashley McCullum, Kayla Miller, Christina Seisloff, Stella Gamble. There's just so many incredible folks over there. But it broke my fucking heart to sit there and listen to them talk about how there is no going back. There is no, my life, as Kayla said, she was like, I've worked years to make the life that I had, to build the homestead that I had, to provide for my family, doing the work that I loved, being near my extended family. I worked my ass off to have this life that I always dreamed of. And in a second, because of the corporate malfeasance of $1 billion company, because of the negligence of a government that is bought off by companies like Norfolk Southern and will not regulate or will do very little, if anything at all, to halt their greedy practices until it reaches a crisis point like we're at right now. All those people have failed our siblings in East Palestine and the surrounding area, just like they have failed the people of Flint, just like they have failed the people of Jackson, Mississippi, just like they have failed, Navajo communities that are uranium poisoned, right? I mean, like the folks in Cancer Alley in Louisiana, there are the folks living near the CSX terminal here in Baltimore. Like, this is what I mean when I say that we're just we're sacrificing more and more segments of our population. And as human beings, as citizens living in this sort of country, it feels like we're living in a horror show where the best you can do is just sort of hope that you're not next. And if you are rich, you have a much higher chance that you're not going to be next. But I hope that something like what we saw last week when we had the wildfires and the smoke billowing in from Canada and all of New York was blanketed in this thick, acrid, horrible smoke. It sometimes takes an event like that for people to realize that, like, your money is not going to save you, right? You can't escape. If you don't have clean air to breathe, you're as fucked as I am, right? If you don't have clean water to drink, you're as fucked as I am. So we can't just keep hoping that we end up in one of the few non-sacrificed zones as we careen further into a horrifying 21st century where climate catastrophe is only going to get worse. The social safety net continues to be eroded. Our society continues to be pillaged by war profiteers, Wall Street, everyone in between, while we are left like holding the bag here. And so I guess this is my very long way of answering your original question. When I'm watching the NTSB hearings, like, some of it, I guess was like you said, it was nice to at least hear what we already fucking knew. It's I think it needs to be heard though, because even if we know it, there are a lot of people who maybe just read the initial reports in February and kind of forgot about it. They need to know that the company that manufactures vinyl chloride, that the vinyl chloride that was in those rail cars, told Norfolk Southern that they saw no evidence that the vinyl chloride in those cars was getting ready to explode. There were other options. Even railroad workers have told me, like, you could have emptied those cars into tanks and got them out safely. You didn't have to just puncture holes in them, let all like that. What is it? Over 100,000 gallons of vinyl chloride into a ditch and then just throw a match on it. And this massive black death cloud just spews the entire surrounding area with chemicals that have now made it impossible for folks to go home, that made it impossible for folks to relax while their kids are playing in the dirt or the grass, because they don't know if they are watching their kids develop or get exposed to chemicals that are going to give them cancer or make them infertile when they get older. I'm just jumping all over the place because I'm so goddamn pissed about this. And the thing, I guess the headline from the NTSB hearings is that what you're not going to hear is that, like, you're not going to hear the sort of structural problems that led to this. You're going to hear about the technical problems that led to this. So, like, one person who testified said that, like, the hot box detectors that check the heat of the wheel bearings, these are automated systems that are, dotted along the rail lines. They send signals back to dispatch office, yada, yada, yada. Like, those were like an automation type replacement for human beings checking those cars, checking that track, right? So this is part of the sort of, we can outsource, we can cut our staff to the bare bones, we can replace them with technology, or just replace them with nothing. We can just pile more work onto fewer workers until they break. And that's what's happening. Railroad workers with all the knowledge, experience, and know-how to navigate these incredibly dangerous machines and all this track, all that knowledge is leaving the railroads because of how badly workers there are being treated, which is going to make us more at risk. It's going to put us in greater danger if we don't have veteran folks teaching the newer folks. If we can't hire new folks to actually run the railroads the way that they needed to be run, like, this is all just a self-feeding cycle of disaster. And that is the part of the equation that these hearings are not really addressing. So, like, instead of the hot box detectors, we're hearing that maybe there's actually like a sonar type based system that is more accurate, that could that doesn't exist much in the US rail system, but there are places that have it. Like, yeah, that's great. But again, you're not fixing the main issue here. You're just like finding ways to deal with the madness that we have created on the railroads in this country because of the greedy practices of Wall Street and these rich executives. Sorry, that was a long rant.
No, like I want to do like a 2-hour interview right now. Like you are speaking my mind for me. Like you are so spot on. I cannot thank you enough for joining. I know it was last minute and I was like, I gotta get this guy. And when you saw my message and you were just so kind, I was so happy. So please tell everyone where they can find you.
Well, again, I really appreciate the invitation and really, really appreciate the work that y'all are doing. I'm sending all my love and solidarity to you from Baltimore. And of course, all my love and solidarity to the folks living in and around East Palestine. Just one final plea to everyone watching. Please don't forget about this. Please don't give up on these people like our government has. Like, I mean, they are in perpetual nightmarish limbo for 5 months. Many of them have not been able to go home. Many of them have not been like given the money to rent hotels or get drinkable water. Like they have been completely abandoned, and pieces of shit like Governor Mike DeWine could declare a state of emergency and unlock more federal help, and he won't fucking do it. Like, for what reason? Like, what more reason do you need than people can't go home? People can't drink their water. People have been sick and their kids have been sick for 5 months straight. That is an emergency. I don't know what else you're waiting for, DeWine. So we need people, regular people, constantly making a stink about this, like not letting the media forget about it, and sure as fuck not letting Norfolk Southern or all the government officials who have blood on their hands here forget about it as well. So if you want to check out me and my work, you can find me on Twitter so long as it currently exists. So like I'm at Maximilian _ALV, I think. But please check out the work we do at the Real News Network. We interview workers about their struggles in the workplace. We interview folks who've been victimized or who are fighting back against the prison industrial complex, the police industrial complex. Chris Hedges has his show every Friday. Dave Zirin has a new sports show on Wednesdays. We're doing a lot, but we're a small crew, so we could always use your guys' help. So after you have donated to East Palestine relief efforts, that comes first. Do that first. If you have anything left over, subscribe to the Real News. Check us out. Help us keep doing this work.
Awesome. Well, I'm in Harrisburg, PA, so I go to Baltimore pretty often. Love me some Baltimore. Thank you so Thank you so much again. Much love.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Andrew. So before we bring our next guest in, I want to remind everyone, this is a fundraiser. I'm going to check our thingy and see what our goal is at, what our amount is at. Let me see.
Drum roll.
Drum roll.
Drum roll.
Oh, you guys.
What happened?
We only raised $20. Since we started, you guys, seriously, we've been at this, what, an hour and 40 minutes. You guys are making me sad.
We've got more viewers right now than 20, so.
Can somebody put the donate link in the comments, please? Because we rented a U-Haul. We're trying to give these people everything they need and deserve. So we're getting pallets of water. We're getting groceries. We're bringing the people of East Palestine and surrounding places some mutual aid, and we need some help. What's that say?
Here is the link from Vegan Such.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, so next we have another person in East Palestine, Miss Jessica Kennard. Hello, thank you so much for joining.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate this. This is what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And did you see who I just had on?
I did. I watched. Yeah. What a passionate person. Someone that
Oh,
I
he's
would certainly
wonderful.
I would love to get to know, people that are, I love when people talk about things they're passionate about. So
Absolutely. You are, someone a lot of people recommended to me. You're like, you've got to talk to her. And you've been in some pretty infamous photos protesting and stuff. The first question I wanted to ask you, which I've asked, Jamie and some other people, were you an activist before this?
absolutely not. So I grew up in a very conservative home, and it took me 37 years to find my voice. I'm 38. I just turned 38 in May. So if that gives you any perspective, I am a speech therapist. Prior to the train derailment, I was working from home. Great job, great life. We just bought our forever home, but no, I've never ever in a million years would have imagined myself speaking out in the ways that I have been speaking out for my community.
Awesome. You've been doing a great job. How far are you from the actual disaster site, so to speak?
Yeah, so my house is right outside of town on the west side. We are roughly just over 2 miles from ground zero. And the train tracks do run through my backyard. The train was on fire when it passed on February 3rd. And yeah, it was terrifying. I think there's a lot of people that want to see East Palestine recover, and myself included. But one of the things that has really bothered me is, there's some people that are saying that this is going to be the greatest comeback in American history, right? We've all heard that. But I'm here to tell you that it's not going to be, because the greatest comebacks in America are reserved for things like ending slavery or racism or homelessness or extreme poverty, or may the list go on. But East Palestine is important, but can we also realize that while there is more than one person, right? Like, I'm not the face of this. Jamie is not the face of this. We've been the ones advocating, but it's not about somebody's face, right? It takes a team of people. This is about all of us. And East Palestine, it doesn't. So a lot of times when we say East Palestine, we say EP, right? But for me, this is more than about one person. This is about every person. Okay, so EP standing for every person. This is not a singular event. And I will continue to remind people that this could happen in your town if you live near an active train track. This isn't a comeback story, it's a warning.
Yeah.
It's an example of what happens when we put profits over people. And it's sad. It's a sad warning that it gives us a way in to help people and to make change. And I'm going to be here for it. The healthcare change, the equity or the access that we need right now, the rail industry, the chemicals, all of that regulation. I'm here for it. I'm trying to have a single focus. I think I heard somebody say, you can get burnout really easily, and that's very true. That's very true. So, but yeah, that's kind of where my head is right now.
And I did see you on an interview talking about 1881A. And that's something me and my comrades at March for Medicare for All, we've been talking about that for like years. And we're like, please, people, start talking about it. And I'm so glad that people in East Palestine are starting to learn, holy shit, we could have healthcare right now. So do you want to discuss, about 1881A and what you think it would mean to your community?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me put this in perspective. So we all have really great childhood memories, right? For me, I was born in Georgia. My dad was in the military, and I remember things like sweet tea and the smell of the pavement after the rain, and all of those really great memories. And I had a lovely lovely childhood. And as parents here in East Palestine, we are giving our kids the best childhood that we can. But let me tell you, these kids have lived through recently a pandemic, and now they're living through this train derailment. And as a result, these kids are going to be emotionally unstoppable. Okay, because they've been through these traumas and these tragedies. But I'm telling you, this will only happen if they can live long enough to use the tragedies that shaped them. Okay, so as a parent living in the midst of this aftermath, these are the worries of a mother. Okay, so would you sit back and wait to get cancer, or would it be good enough for the CDC to say, okay, we can treat you, just let us know when you get cancer? Like those are the real circumstances that are happening right now. And again, without any offer of early detection programs, no educational seminars on how to know your symptoms or which treatment centers will offer the best opportunities. We know about the chemicals. We know about chronic exposure, as I understand it, to butyl acrylate can cause headaches, dizziness, nausea. Again, as I'm not a doctor, but this is what I've discovered. Chronic exposure to ethyl hexyl acrylate can cause skin and eye irritation, coughing, wheezing. My son was diagnosed with asthma last week. That's a new thing. I have a 9-year-old who had a 2-week eye infection that they deemed an unknown irritant because none of the medicine that they were giving him was working. I have experienced red raised rashes on my abdomen after showering, or just simply because I'm in my home. Other chemicals, the ethylene glycol monobutyl ether, EGBE, can cause respiratory irritation, leading to coughing and wheezing. It can be absorbed through the skin, and potentially, linked to liver and kidney damage, blood disorders like anemia. Isobutylene was another one, respiratory irritant. Prolonged exposure to high levels of this chemical can cause headaches, dizziness, drowsiness, and the granddaddy of them all, vinyl chloride, right? So we know that chronic exposure to vinyl chloride can cause permanent liver injury, neurological, behavioral symptoms, changes to the skin and the bones of the hand. As I understand it, it's associated with an increased risk of hepatic angiosarcoma, which is actually a rare form of liver cancer, as well as primary liver cancer, brain, lung cancers, lymphoma, and leukemia. Why am I telling you all of this? Simply because we can do better, okay? So we can demand that emergency declaration, but we do have an alternative. So let me tell you just I don't know how much more time I have, but let me tell you just for a moment about how a corporate created, man-made environmental disaster resulted in Medicare for a town called Libby, Montana. Okay, so as a part of the Affordable Care Act, the residents of Libby who were exposed to hazardous airborne asbestos, and this was from the vermiculite mine, and this was owned by a company, which I'm not going to name drop. You can look it up yourself.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. So they were made eligible for Medicare for free. And this was at the discretion of the 1881A, the Social Security Act, right? The language of this statute is really interesting. So it refers to any individual subject with environmental exposure to hazardous materials. So you don't even have to have symptoms, okay? It's just the exposure, all right? And so again, at the time of this, it was very well understood that this was for Libby, Montana, okay? But at this point, I do think that it could be interpreted to allow access 4 people in Ohio and Pennsylvania who have been impacted by this train derailment. So this is something that I'm trying to bring awareness to. The cost of managing these health symptoms, the potential difficulties from the hazardous exposure as a result of the Ohio train derailment, it's going to be super high. It's probably out of reach for most of the people in this area.
Yeah.
It's so much more cost effective to just put them on Medicare. And this would ensure that they don't have to go bankrupt, right? Because they're one of the unlucky ones that got cancer. I know that America did, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, there were 2 similar groups. One was a kidney disease under Richard Nixon. So anyone with end-stage renal disease, as well as the first responders from 9/11, okay, with the respiratory issues. So those 2 programs were a little bit different because I think those ones required congressional action at the time.
Yes.
So unlike those, the 1881A can be employed because of executive action rather than having a new law through Congress. And really, and I know maybe I'm reaching a little bit, but if you really wanted to push it, you could do what they did in Libya for not just the people in East Palestine, but you could even extend that to long COVID.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So,
absolutely.
Again, this is whether or not you have symptoms. So going back to East Palestine, this 1881A would be based on the potential environment exposure. And we know that we've been exposed. The CDC came out and said we were exposed. I really think this impacts everybody. Again, EP meaning every person. Americans need peace of mind right now that they're going to be covered should a train derailment happen in their area. We are a warning. This is a warning. This is going to happen again if we do not make the adjustments to rail safety, which is not going to happen immediately. And the entire US public needs this kind of reassurance should something like this ever happen again. And I think we can do that with 1881A.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. What are your children suffering with any other? Well, I know you said you had a rash. Your son has asthma. Have you been noticing anything else, even not just your family, but in others? We've heard about a lot of symptoms.
Yeah. So so it's funny that you asked that. So I will answer that question and then I'll tell you what happened today. So residents, I would say within maybe 10 or 20 miles, I'd have to really map out their address, but they have, because I've been so outspoken, reported a multitude of these symptoms to me, including things like nosebleeds, right, that last for 30 minutes or longer. And these are kids. Obviously, skin irritation, chronic respiratory illness. So I'm actually on my 5th bout of sinusitis, which I've never had sinusitis in my life. So I'm sure you can hear me sniffing. My nose is running. And whether or not it's from the chemicals or from the stress of what's happening here, it's still from the derailment. It's still from the risk of exposure, right? So some of the more serious ones symptomatically that have been revealed would be rectal bleeding. My very good friend in Enon, who is right, I think 3 miles from the derailment site, has a family member that was otherwise healthy in his 40s. They went to the emergency room, massive rectal bleeding, almost to the point of needing a blood transfusion.
Oh my God.
And tremors. I know there's been some seizure-like activity, and the bleeding is. These symptoms aren't just adults. These are children. These are pets. So again, if you are a friend or a spouse or a pet owner or a parent, think about this happening in your area and how you would respond to that. If someone said, well, this is all expected, let me know when you get cancer. They're not helping us in any way. Part of that problem is that there are such limited studies on any long-term carcinogenic effects, right? So we don't know normally you don't mix those chemicals and then burn them in that magnitude. So this is a problem. This is a problem because we can't prove that there are any studies saying that we're going to get sick.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem. It's a problem because we are here, we're just sitting ducks. We're an experiment to determine if our exposure levels are going to lead to cancer. I don't think that obviously there were no immediate casualties from this derailment, but it is very possible that people will die from this. And I know that seems really harsh, but that's the reality that we're facing. And the other reality is that there's still time to turn it around. We can still access, the things that we need to access in terms of medical monitoring and testing. We can do better. We can determine the severity of exposures. We can demand more rigorous testing, long-term sampling methods, those types of things. And we can demand it as often as necessary.
Yes. And for free, because $700 for a vinyl chloride test is insane.
Yeah.
That is awful.
But today, real quick. So today I went down to, I had to run an errand. It was on the east side of town, and it was about 8 o'clock. So about an hour and a half ago. And I drove past the water at, what are those roads? Sumner and Alice Street. It smelled so terrible, like chlorine. I have never been to a pool that smelled that bad. My nose was burning, and I stopped for a brief moment, a very brief moment. And then I decided to just drive around the east side for about 20 minutes. And I had a massive headache, and the tips of my right hand, the tips of my fingers, started to tingle after 20 minutes of being over there today. So I did actually reach out to Mr. Regan via email, because that's the first time that I've been over there for a short period of time and really had some pretty significant impacts. And I feel like at this point, the tracks are done. They're done digging over there. And we shouldn't be having, I know that the creeks are still contaminated, but that those types of immediate health, acute issues, those shouldn't be happening. Something's going on.
Wow. And Tammy Shy was saying earlier that you guys are getting a new amphitheater. That's exciting.
I would never, I don't think that we should be turning away the money. I think that we should hold them accountable and use it in the way that we need it to be used. So if they want to do a park, great, but also let's do medical monitoring. If they want to buy our fireworks, amazing, but send me a pee cup. Like, that's all I'm asking, and I know that sounds really harsh and maybe a little vulgar, but honestly, it's kind of gross that I have to stare at this Norfolk Southern logo all over my town. And I don't think I can ever get myself to say thank you to somebody that abused me. I cannot, I just cannot I don't care how much money you throw my way. I cannot get myself to say thank you. And I won't. And you can call me unmannered all day long, and I won't say thank you.
No way. Because what is it going to take for them to do the right thing? They're going to have to be pressured. So I would never give them a thank you for anything either. Hell no. The last thing I wanted to ask you before our next guest is, I wanted to ask, have you been to the clinic? Because I've been told by several residents awful stories. And also I know some people were getting billed for the so-called free clinic. So have your kids gone, and what was the experience like?
We have not gone. I have called. I called probably within the first few weeks after they opened. I wanted to get a good sense of, what they were offering, because, again, being a voice in the community, this is something that I feel like I should educate myself on, is, where to refer people. But as I understand, the free clinic is just a primary care clinic. They are not doing anything special in terms of testing. It just seems like they used taxpayer money to just open a business in our town. And I have called, like I said, I've called and what special, tests are you providing? What special services are you providing for the people in this area? And they have said nothing. We're just a regular clinic. And we already have a clinic in town. So, it doesn't really make any sense to me. The rationale behind opening that, especially if everything's safe.
Right.
Why do we need a clinic if we already have one? And if you're not going to provide any specialized testing, then what's the point?
Because they can say they did it. That's probably it. Unfortunately. Well, I could not thank you for coming on enough. I definitely would love to have you back another time with a more longer time limit. But also, I really hope to see you next month on the 22nd. And I'm going to put you on the spot and say I'd really love you to speak.
I will do my best. I'll certainly get back to you. I know we have a lot going on. I might be traveling those days, but if not, yeah, count me in.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for all you're doing. You are definitely helping so many people and giving so many people a voice.
Yeah. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I appreciate being on today. Take care.
Absolutely. Take care. All right. So before we get to our next guest, let me see. Now I'm come on, guys. I'm scared.
Time for a drum roll. Bum, 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 bum. Yes. I see PK in the back doing the drum roll. Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's what's up, people. That's what's up. 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 All right. Since the start, we are up $238.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. So a lot happened between what?
After I was like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
You're making me mad.
All right.
And then like $100 came in. No. You're making me really mad now.
Right.
Wink, wink. Yeah, that's badass. So we're at $8,438 freaking dollars, you guys.
All right.
Our goal is to get to 10,000. If we could get to 10,000, I will break dance live on the air. So, or let me put it this way: if we can raise 10,000, I'll take it from you guys. I either will or won't. I'll let you guys choose.
Your power. Yeah.
All right. Well, our next guest, I believe, is the lovely PK Ditty.
I'm all about getting this money up. Let's go. Let's
get it going.
I want to see a break dance. I mean,
PK, I know Jenna's in the comments and she's probably freaking out. So PK, for those who don't know, longtime comrade of mine from Pennsylvania. We've done protests together for indigenous peoples and against pipelines, things like that. She is the queen of drones because she gets to, not like that though. She gets to, she is like a legit warrior. She goes around the pipelines and flies her drones because they won't let us anywhere near them. So she just flies her drones and gets footage and is like, this is what's going on. And she is a scientist as well. So, and PA, I don't think a lot of people know this, but we are, I believe, the second highest number of pipelines in a state is Pennsylvania. And when we went to the one town together, Conestoga, outside of Lancaster, it looked like a water park. There were nothing but orange water slides looking things on people's, land. It's incredible. So I was like, I got to have PK on and we'll talk about stuff that you found. So of course, you know, the main focus of this is to raise money for East Palestine. But I also want to talk to you about what's going on in Pennsylvania, because this is also relatable other places.
Yeah, Jenna just wrote it right there. Article 1, Section 27. We've got a governor who ran. I ran against him. You guys, you know that. I did that crazy thing where I ran against, because, you know, I'm sick and tired of people talking like we have this thing, this right. Article 1, Section 27, which is the right to clean air, pristine water, and the preservation of our natural resources. One of 2 states, maybe 3. I know that's been moving around, but like we have this literal amendment, constitutional amendment to our rights, and they kind of only like fine these perpetrators, these perps, and then they get to continue to permit them. In Pennsylvania, we have obviously a large amount of fracking. And, you know, I started with
Fetterman. He's a progressive. Oh my God, I love Fetterman.
Oh my God, I can't deal with that.
I'm pretty sure he was on my show when he said he didn't. Yeah, that was me on the debate, people. That was me.
It was ridiculous. And you know what? It's hard to hear that and then look in the faces like of residents so I'm a watchdog, and I've been working for a while like with residents that are impacted. And when as an analytical chemist, I've gone out there and literally stood with them watching their water testing and saying, your water tests, they're lying. Like, these are not good water tests. They're not going to stand up to legal courts. And I was just trying to use my analytical chemistry to help people understand, like, we have to understand in this fight, we're fighting a toxic system. Everybody's a resource. And I had no idea how I could be a resource from my weird background. And I'm not even going to get into that. It's crazy background. And sometimes I feel like I don't want to say it because I feel like people are like, you're an infiltrator because you work for the DOD. I'm like, I know the DOD. Like,
but you came out of the dark side.
Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely. And you know what? Nature bit me in the ass with Lyme disease. So I woke up. I got really sick and got disabled. So I'm here working. And you're exactly when we talked about indigenous movements, my heart is in that. That's where I stand. That's where I got my guidance from, because the water is life. I'm a chemist. I could tell you that it actually is you. You are it. So what you put in your body is what you are. So it's kind of weird what we're seeing, right? And so in that, Joy and I both met through the Conestoga. It was that pipeline fight, and it was a Lancaster stand. And yeah, they're putting a gigantic, like, it was Williams. And I'm in Lancaster fighting for this whole thing. It's like an hour away from my house. And they're like, didn't you know that there's a pipeline like called the Mariner East going through your backyard? And I'm like driving an hour to fight with another. Or guys, I couldn't be a DAPL. That's what my heart fell in DAPL when I was really sick. I couldn't be out there. Right. So I was like an online warrior, whatever it is, like keyboard warrior, watching Unicorn Riot. You know, I give mad props out to, you know, all of these independent media folks who actually tell the story, because that's how I learned it. And everybody's like, get involved locally. So I tried to, and I went to an hour away. Then I found out when I was there, they're like, there's a pipeline going through your like backyard. Did you not know that? No, I didn't. That's how great they do this in suburbia. They really know how to play the isolation, compartmentalize, and attack aspect. This is like a psyops, where we literally are sitting here comfortable in suburbia, and they don't even put like pipeline, you know, construction signs up when they're doing pipeline work. It says road work construction. So I just started realizing that we're being programmed and stayed comfortable. They just don't want us to be elevating or like speaking out. And you know what sucks about that? We're in suburbia, and this is a privileged area, and right down the road where this goes is Marcus Hook, Chester, which are huge environmental justice areas. They have been bombarded by this crap for years, and nobody paid attention out here. And it's almost like hard to swallow, like why we couldn't get any attention on Mariner East, because it was such an Achilles heel to the new hydrogen hub and all the stuff going on. And I'm like, we're fighting like white privileged people that never went out there, never took a minute to care about anybody else, and wanted everybody to care about our fight. And you know what I learned through that? I had to put my work in and go out to those other communities and find connection and offer my resources to other people. I don't get to scream and ask for help without helping others. I had to get out of my own damn bubble. I love how nature bit me in the ass. I do. You know, I'm not even mad that I got sick from that, because, you know, I think it was telling me to get out of where I was. And Joy, you and I have a very big connection with disability. And that's like, it takes away like a little bit of your, it feels terrible when somebody tells you you're permanently disabled and you're just like, I'm fine though. No, I'm fine. You know that. And you stick to that because Joy, you are one of my heroes. You never gave up. Nobody's going to tell you how to run this. You change it, you figure out a way to do it. And that's exactly what you have to do. Never let anybody put you down, not the system, not anything, because they're just trying to keep us controlled. And when I went out and found out that my backyard was harmed, I mean, it was hard to, it was the ego bust. And why I'm sitting here and I'm seeing what's going on with East Palestine, right? And I'm seeing the water and the harm. One of the things as a chemist that I understood is I wanted to go right out there and like sample and like do what I do as a watchdog. Currently, I work actually at the divulge this. And I love it because I'm so proud. Physicians for Social Responsibility Pennsylvania, like after all these years of doing this work on my own dime, like being broke, they actually saw that I have the drive and talent and understood that I was trying to protect the health and safety of my community. And so they took me on, and I'm a science consultant, and now we have a camera. It's called it's a FLIR optical gas imager. Yeah, it's like one of those really expensive cameras that they use, and we have it now. And they put it in my hands, so like, love it.
Nice.
I'm going out there with this thing that is super, like, we're not able to get, and Physicians for Social Responsibility, like, absolutely. I love what they do. They're absolutely one of the organizations and NGO that actually speaks out against fracking. And we're going around and we're like showing and helping people feel validated when they smell something or see something. The DEP, the EPA are just telling them like, oh, you have to prove it. Somehow you have to prove it. We got to get testing. You know what I was able to do? Put a camera up and show them what's actually spewing out of the facility that they knew was there. It's just a validation that lets them let go of that. And I can't like necessarily do anything other than show them that. And what I loved is just letting those people know, as an impacted person, by the way, the Mariner East, as I'm fighting for other people, ended up harming my water. My family got sick to the point where I had to decide about being a scientist and an advocate and whatever they call an activist. And yeah, guess what I did? I got arrested, stopped energy transfer, put myself in one of their excavator buckets one night.
You gotta see the picture, you guys. She is in a bucket.
It was ridiculous. It was actually the most comfortable. I wore a diaper because I was like, I'm going to be locked down forever. I will poop in my pants if I have to. I'm sorry, I know. But I seriously was dedicated because I'm not letting them stop. It was my township. I made sure we did it very strategically. And what ended up happening is we did get detained, and we didn't let go of our, what do you call it? I can't remember. We were cuffed, the lockbox. We didn't let go of that. They just looked at it and they were like, we're going to have to like cut you out. And it was so well made by some awesome activists. Shout out to Kim Prashek and everybody in New York who was fighting a lot of they handed that and said, let's do this. They put it on me and my friend Connor. And the officer literally said, just get out of here. Like, leave. They gave us a ticket and we had to walk down the street and we were like holding it. When I got that, it's like our action really was so well orchestrated because we've done our due diligence. I pled not guilty under the justification plea, or what people call the necessity plea, I think, with climate. We did it in Pennsylvania. It's called justification. And the harms that we were found not guilty. And I would need to also give a shout out to my wonderful friend, Jack. He was our lawyer. He's passed, and he was like an amazing person.
Yeah.
So yeah, like prayers up to him. His first case he ever represented in court, he won. He got a not guilty under that in our court case. The judge basically said the harm that we created, or whatever the thing we created, the harm we created, was lesser than the harm we were trying to prevent. And she absolutely said, the judge said, you are in imminent danger. We brought up Dr. Walterstow, who's I think you have a video clip from him. He was one of my expert witnesses, Yuri Gorby. We put together, like, this is like going to court for a parking ticket or a speeding ticket in a magistrate office. And we brought in like all these expert witnesses, 3-hour long trial. And this is why the reason why I want to say this, because I don't think I can add to all of the wonderful things that people have been saying. I wanted to say something different. Sometimes we have to look at ourselves. Don't let them call us an activist, right? We have to challenge the system in itself and like let them know who we are. And we did it. Like that team literally got it. And it was a small win, but you know what it did for me? When the judge said to me that you are in imminent danger, the thing I knew I was in, that validation, I don't need it from them. I just needed every officer who was there who didn't even resist what was going on. They helped me. They actually, my community, the way that I've worked as a community member is like recognizing that everybody in my community is a part of the community. I'm not looking at anybody as a cop. I know I have the same opinions as a lot of people here, but you know what I have to do in order to survive? I have to work with these people somehow. So I started being myself, my authentic self, being silly, being crazy, and also always standing up for the community. And there was nothing they could do to look at me and say that you're guilty because they know I did my due diligence. So this is important. We're talking about unity here, right? Unity. We are all one. As a scientist, I can tell you what you breathe, everybody breathes. Our water is all connected. It's groundwater. Look at it. Come on. It goes everywhere. And it needs to be like just very understood that we cannot do this without literally looking at each other and understanding that like we can't fight. We can't tell somebody they're wrong. We have to learn like the method of compassionate communication somewhat to be able to get people to understand that we're not out to attack each other. And I am going to give a lot of props to the folks down at Cop City.
Yes.
By the way.
Yes. But Cop City.
And they have such an amazing organization. And there's so many people out there supporting grief and acknowledging our grief, acknowledging some of the trauma in this fighting, which is like really where we can spin off and lose ourselves and people then retract and leave. And what we have to do is look at sustainability, not just for everyone, but for ourselves. So I am so proud of those people who like literally do that. And I'm going to shout out Tammy Murphy on here, people who are working with organizations like US Can and are working on talking out loud about grief and handling. We have to be strong as activists. This is not easy. And we're being attacked on every end. You got liberals and all the labels. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Be yourself and never ever let a label define you. So I want to say this lastly. I'm defined as I am fluid on like Twitter, you know?
Yeah, that's how I found you. I was like, what's
I really get
handle? Oh yeah, now I know.
What I care about. I feel like, you know, I've been through so much judgment in my life that I feel like I have to always come out in some way or like and have a label and then explain why I don't, you know, fit to that label when somebody defines it. I just stay fluid like water. And so I get to define who I am. I get to be myself anytime I am. And as long as I stick to that, people trust you. They really do. You can change things in a way. Like I've been such an aggressive person a lot of times, right? So why am I here talking? I can't add anything to all these badass motherfuckers you got on here.
Yes,
I was like weirded out by being on here and you asked me on here and I'm like, what do I do? I'm a watchdog, man. Watchdog. Watch your community.
Yeah, but you know what? You've been there standing next to me when we've been protesting to save indigenous lands. And that's more than a hell of a lot of people have done. So that matters. Also, just so people know, she ran for governor last time and I got to vote for her under Green, obviously.
I mean, I was sick of the two-party system. I saw how it brainwashes people and it divides. And they're saying I took away votes. No, I didn't. I gave them a place that people didn't know to vote, a place to vote. And I used it as a platform. I used their system against them. So I got stuff out when Josh Shapiro was coming to my town and using Article 1, Section 27, just to put a fine on energy transfers, slap their wrists and permit them because they're invested in them. I got to go up and now I have a voice and I got to go against, I came to his house. He came to mine. I went to his. Don't mess with me.
Yep.
It's just you gotta be bold. And I wouldn't say it was the most fun experience in the world, but I've learned a lot. And let's get back to indigenous. Like when I learned about people that I don't understand, I started saying like I have to like in my privilege, my white privileged world, I have to start listening more. And really, it's about elevating the voices. So when you get a platform, we must elevate the voices of impacted people and harmed people. We have to like utilize that. We don't need to be popular. We need to take that time, do that thing, get yourself, but step the fuck aside and hand over the microphone to people who have normally or mostly been ignored. Like East Palestine people, you guys, listen, that is an environmental justice area. If you look at the history of this area, it's insane. And as a chemist, I'm going to say this, bullshit on all that stuff they did. Look at the MSCS. I don't need to tell you got so many qualified people in here to say that. For me, I'm just saying, I'm sick and tired of being looked at as in, you know, I was an activist first, and people, when PSR hired me, I had to start acting and letting people know that I'm a scientist. And they started looking at my degree and they're like, whoa, you actually are qualified. You know, I didn't rely on that, but now I do, because I realized that I have this opportunity with an organization that's willing to support me, to support people. So know the place and how you can help people. Don't do it all for yourself. It's not always about yourself. It's about what your resource is and how you can help people. Take the opportunities that come in front of you and always check yourself. Get your like your self-care and your healing. You gotta take care of yourself, my friends, because this shit's hard. And I don't want to see anybody bitching out, because I'm sitting here after 7 years in the Mariner East fight, and there's only 2 of us that are still, or 3 or 4 of us. There was so many, and when it got put in the ground, everybody got defeated and thought, oh, well, we lost. And I'm like, no, because what's coming next? Carbon capture, hydrogen. This is a plan. Remember, this is a toxic system. We're all connected through that. This is a toxic system. It's a playbook. So we have to become a stronger system to fight it. Right? We got to get together.
And people can't be like, I'm anti-capitalism and then not fight for shit like this. This is exactly the epitome of capitalism right here. Norfolk Southern capital.
You're killing me with that. Like capitalism, colonism, decolonize the mind is a thing. Look at it. Seriously, because we have indigenous people who are sitting here watching us like say, oh, you know, I mean, think about it from the perspective of other people who are watching, like unburying their children that have been harmed by, I mean, it's insane how insensitive we are. And if we have that foundation in this country, then we have a fucked up foundation. There is no way we're going to build on that. We have to start from the bottom, honor, repair, reparations, all of it. We have to honor those who have been harmed. We all have to do that in order to create a solid foundation for us to build. This is where we start. This is our world. We control this now. There's more of us than them. We have a choice. So stop letting them divide us and polarize us with stupid fucking TV. Like, just stop the polarization in politics. I have to say this real quick. And I mean, just please. My little action, I've seen so many people that don't want to do what I do, don't want to get up and run around in the middle of the night, you know, it's creeping on, workers. Okay, fine. So you can sit at your computer and just click a button at the State Department or whatever and remove yourself from the two-party system. I want to see what that would look like if people just mass exodus out of the two-party system, because it takes the people for them to run. I think people will really see if they still run. Why would they still function? Because the people aren't in control of those parties. Who is? The conventions. It is not us. So if you want to sit there and identify as a party and think that you're helping anything, why don't you try something? Take a risk. It doesn't harm you. By the way, if you're scared, you can go back and click on and re-register. Like, get over yourself. But you have to seriously look at your identity. Who do you identify as? Are you a person? Are you a human being? Or are you a Democrat or Republican? Why are people allowing themselves to identify by this bullshit that was made up by humans? As a scientist, human law, no offense to anybody who's a lawyer, stupid, because it should be based upon nature's law, which you don't get to argue in science. We don't have a choice. We have to listen to it, and if we fuck it up, it'll bite us in the ass. So
no doubt.
Why does human law seem to be the law of the land? Just let's get real. It should abide by the laws of nature. And when it doesn't, such as the EPA, PHMSA, all these people in pipelines, if it doesn't make sense to that, call it the fuck out. Excuse my language. I'm sorry, PSR, if that's
Oh,
rude.
please. You've
I mean,
watched
I'm
my
doing it
show.
on my
I don't
own.
care.
I'm
If people come on and they talk about this shit and they don't curse, then I have a fucking
I know.
problem.
You know what?
because-
You know what harms more? If it's politically correct, politics harms us all the time. Does my wording, like, is that a problem? Does that harm you so bad? No. Just, we have to, like, literally, people say it takes away from my message. No, it doesn't. My passion.
No, it shows passion.
Exactly. So does yours. And so does everybody.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Maybe it's not a surprise, but I have one of your heroes behind here. Andrew, don't take out PK yet because I told her I would bring in Steven so they could say hi, and now she's gonna fangirl, and it's gonna be amazing.
I'm not fangirling. Don't embarrass me.
Hi, Steven. This is PK.
Hi.
She's like one of your biggest supporters in the universe. And I said I would introduce you guys.
Can I just, like, please, thank you and everything. Like, what the hell?
I thank you so much. Thank you for what you do, and it's an honor to be here. I'm so happy to be invited. I love the energy of your show and what you're doing. And I was just listening for a few minutes. I mean, I don't know if I know as many cuss words as you guys, but I'll try.
Come on, give me a break.
You ain't seen nothing.
I mean, I know you're popular now. Like, you got to be all.
Yeah, next time we hang out in person, me and PK,
we got to hang out. I'm serious. I would love to talk to you. I mean, and not just that, because I love your mind. I love what you did. I mean, it takes a set of, I'm not going to say, I don't know, I'm not cursed, but you know what? To do what you did and then stand up, and the way that you involved the public and the social media just to get your help. You were not afraid to ask for help. You know how important that is? And you inspire a lot of us. We don't have attorneys that represent us. And I'm not going to, I support you because we're always looking for help. We have so many cases that I'm like, if an attorney like you got a hold of it, you'd be like, this is easy. Like, why? But it's so corrupt here.
But you know, it's interesting. You raised that issue about the legal profession. You know, what's crazy is, you know, when I went to law school, I didn't think it was like, I'm going to go to law school and develop some legal talents to try to help people. And I quickly realized that 98% of person hours in the law represent 2-3% of the population. In other words, the whole profession is geared toward preserving existing wealth and not challenging the power structure. And it is really hard to find lawyers who take on these cases and not only take them on, but know how to do them. Like, you know, you got to do them thinking creatively and thinking how to create leverage both in and out of court. And a lot of lawyers don't want to do anything outside the courtroom. They just want to be in the courtroom, you know, where it's all structured in a way that really makes it extremely difficult to win cases on behalf of marginalized communities. So it requires a lot of thinking. And it's funny because I'm often invited to talk to law students, you know, and when I was on detention, I probably talked to 20 different law schools. I mean, by the way, the law schools didn't.
What else were you going to do when you're sitting there? Like,
exactly. I accepted an invite from a kindergarten class. I was trying to talk to anyone I could. But,
I wish I knew you.
Yeah. I mean, the students are like, why don't we learn? Why is this not part of the curriculum? And like, the reality is that there's no courses in law school. I mean, any law school in the United States about sort of movement lawyering. I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, like the kind of law we did to beat Chevron in Ecuador. This is,
I mean, you killed a major, like, and I'm saying, I mean, energy transfer is a massive company. And I kind of felt good of my little win because I'm like, yeah, it is like, I have no money and we did something.
Yeah.
And it's what the point being is, I love what you said, the creativity. Some of us were so beat down with lawyers. We're like, I'm going to go to law school. Like I'm a scientist, like thinking like, I'm going to go to law school. It seems easy. If we had the creativity, we had people in pro se complainants, mothers with children, single moms, sometimes with children going up against multi-billion-dollar companies and killing it.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's absolutely. And, you know, I've seen a lot of kind of, you know, organizations, social justice organizations, environmental activist groups, where the lawyers come in to sort of say, oh, you can't do that, or there's too much risk if you do that. And they're sort of stopping forward movement because of very conservative risk assessments of stuff, you know. And I think one thing that Chevron wanted to have happen by attacking me, and what Enbridge wants to have happen by attacking,
Oh God, Enbridge. Yeah,
or Resolute, all these
Yeah.
companies they want to sort of, intimidate people into thinking that if they do these protests or engage in peaceful civil disobedience, that they're taking on way too much risk for their families or for this or for that.
We're discrediting us as scientists, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. I mean,
make us fear.
they want you to believe you'll never be able to get like a legit job in science, because entities will be too scared to hire you, so
You're right.
and also, like, as a lawyer, like, they don't want anyone to work with me. I mean, when I was in the throes of what they were throwing at me back, like, more like 5-6 years ago, when it was bad. I mean, it's been bad for a number of years.
I was gonna say, like,
but apropos to your point, like, when I got detained, I built up all the support, and it suddenly got good, because like people were starting to realize what had actually happened. But back when, like, I was really in a bad situation because of the things they were clamping down on me, and very few people knew about it. I knew the only way to come out of that was to build solidarity, and I had a friend come over and said, you have two choices. You can either take pharmaceuticals, no disrespect, by the way, to people who do that. Everyone's got their own issues, how they want to deal with what they're facing. I get it. But she's like, if you build solidarity, you're going to turn this around and actually come out better, stronger, and happier. And I was like, yeah. And like, but the crazy thing is, my lawyer at the time, when I first got arrested, was like, lay low, don't do anything, just stop tweeting, just lay low, because the judge is really after you. You got to lay low. I'm like, huh?
But it's already working against you. Like, that's just the system.
I know.
And by the way, hello.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
Right? I got you. I feel you.
It's like, the reason I became a lawyer is I heard lawyers get paid by the word, by how much they speak. So I figured I could probably make some money.
Oh, then that's why I made a mistake in my career, because I talk too much. I'm good. No, I love that. Thank you, Joy. Thank you so much. Like, I'm serious. I'm not like fangirling. It's just that I really respect. I love that you just said about creativity. And like, it really inspires a lot of us. So I need you to know that, like, to see that you like stood up against these monsters, and you just said it, solidarity is absolutely right. Like, I feel like that's one of the things I did in my littler fight, that like, they couldn't touch me. They were going to make me a martyr, essentially. They tried to go after me. So it's really about.
Yeah. I mean, they're always calculating risk reward on their side. So if you build the solidarity, they're much less likely to be able to really go after you or with the same amount of.
Everybody's talking about slap lawsuits, and I was like, I've seen people with 5 minutes, and I'm like, I don't have the money for that. You know what I said? I was like, I'm gonna be loud and love my community. I was like, that's all I have. That's it. And if I get a slap lawsuit, I'm like hoping there's a pro bono lawyer somewhere. So yeah, I got you. I thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thank you for what you do, and both of y'all, and thank you for thanking me. Actually,
and I want to talk to you one day. Seriously, I do. when are
you ever get to New York?
Do I ever get to New York? I mean, I don't want to say it online, but I'm working with some weird attorneys out there for.
Well, if you get to New York, or get anywhere near New York, try to come. Let's have a meal or something.
Absolutely. Oh, did you say?
I'm not done with you, Stephen.
Yeah, you guys, and thank you,
so
Joy.
much,
She promised me, and I did good. I didn't fangirl too much.
Yes.
You're
in my DMs right now. I just know it, like, oh my God, I talked to Stephen Donziger.
I did. I'm just proud of you. I'm proud of you. It's so fucking awesome that somebody stands the fuck up against them, and you didn't back down.
I love you, girl. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. So, as far as East Palestine, I'm so glad to have you back. I think this is the third time you've come back. So as far as East Palestine, you being an environmentalist lawyer, what's your reaction almost 5 years later?
To 5 years later,
or 5 months later. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It feels like 5 years.
I was like,
I've been 5 months.
Like, which toxic incident are we talking about? Okay.
Yeah, which one? Yeah. Seriously.
I think it's, look, two things come to mind. Number one, I feel for the people because they've been lied to and they've been abused by the rail company and by the EPAs and other regulators, complete inability to protect them from the health hazards. I actually believe the train derailment could end up being a mass death event if you sort of project out 10, 20, 30 years. People are going to be dying. And the EPA never planned from the get-go to actually take control of the situation. They ceded space to the Norfolk Southern to make all the decisions, pretty much all the decisions about the nuking of the town with the vinyl chloride and about, all sorts of things. Even the testing for chemicals where it was declared safe 3 days later, water was, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Still isn't. And of course, the worst part is how the media, even at the beginning, there was a little bit of coverage, but it wasn't really digging deep enough. And then after a couple of weeks, most of the media took off and you can barely get a story about it. And, these corporations, this is typical, like their playbook is, look, just ride it out at the beginning, say a bunch of BS. So we're going to put up a medical fund and we're going to make everyone whole and we're not going to turn our back on the community. And they have. I mean, they put up virtually no money. They, there's no fund, for example, to compensate people for the massive decrease in property values of their homes and their properties. There's no money for adequate health care. It was disgusting the way the company quickly cleaned up the railroad tracks so the railway could open so the profits could keep flowing without actually cleaning anything else. And it's just been I think a really vivid illustration of a lot of what's wrong with our country, which is that corporations simply have too much power over the rest of us, and government, which used to be sort of the mechanism to control and regulate the corporate form to make sure the public didn't get hurt, has actually over the last number of years, and I've witnessed this in my professional lifetime, slowly been bought off by the government and is now really an instrument of government has become an instrument of corporate power, where it used to be at least a little bit of a bulwark against corporate abuse. And I'd say that's the biggest change I witnessed in my 30, 40 years practicing law. I hate saying that. I can't believe how old I am. But that is usually you think over the course of my career, things are going to get better. But actually, because of the increased corporate consolidation of our country, they've in many respects gotten far worse. And I think the Norfolk Southern situation is an example. And the EPA has, I think, lied to the people of that area of Ohio and beyond. And there's a lot of lawsuits. And, unfortunately, because government fails to do its job to properly regulate industry, it's sort of like up to the plaintiff's lawyers now to at least figure out what actually happened and to get compensation for those harmed. And that's an important function. Lawyers have an important function to play in these types of situations because government is failing. Of course, that's also why the corporate world wants to stack the courts with right-wing pro-corporate judges, because they don't want these cases to go anywhere. But they don't control all the judges, particularly at the state level. And, these cases are going to move forward. Information will come out that will further expose this malfeasance. I mean, this criminality. I mean, it wasn't an accident. It was the result. It was a result of a series of decisions. Billions of dollars in stock buybacks instead of investing in new braking systems, which is one of the reasons the train derailed to begin with. So, these are not accidents. They appear as accidents. Often the media reports them as accidents. In reality, they're the result of actual decisions that often in combination look like criminal decisions. And in many respects they are. But isn't it interesting, sorry, I'm riffing and I got to go in a second.
Oh, no, you're on point.
I mean, the protesters in Atlanta, peaceful protesters charged with domestic terrorism, and Alan Shaw, the CEO of Norfolk, is literally killing, we're creating risk of death for millions of people. And he isn't even investigated for having committed a crime. And he can put up a little $20 million fund and sort of appear before Congress as a respectable citizen. There's a complete disparity in our society and how the criminal justice system treats corporate criminals versus what is commonly referred to as like street crime, and now political prosecutions like we're seeing in the state of Georgia against the Cop City protesters. So I'll pause there. Maybe you have a question, but like it's really an important thing that people keep paying attention to what's going on in Ohio with this train derailment and the fallout, which will go on for years and years and years.
Absolutely. One of the concerns that, well, they, this weekend, they opened up a law office in Columbiana County, which is literally at the exact site we're protesting because it's the courthouse. Aaron Brockovich and a few other lawyers opened an office there. Now, one of the concerns I'm hearing from residents is that, the local government is trying to come up with these things like, okay, if you sell your house within 1 year, we'll give you what its estimated worth was the day before the derailment and such. And a lot of people are concerned because they're saying, what if that documentation says asterisks, you can never sue for health reasons or something? I'm sure you've probably seen that throughout your career where it's very feasible that they may slide something into these programs.
Well, first of all, people should never sign a document prepared by someone else until they have a lawyer to advise, a good lawyer to advise them on it. So don't sign documents, don't give up rights. I do think the company is going to try to insert all sorts of release clauses like the one you described in whatever they're offering. I mean, they'll offer, $100,000, relatively small sums of money given the damage in exchange for people releasing them from claims. And when, at this point, you don't really know what your claims are completely because you don't know how these health impacts are going to manifest in the coming years. So people need to get immediate compensation, and they also need to have, agreements that allow ongoing monitoring and ongoing compensation to the extent medical impacts worsen. And I'll also say this, I want to make this point. I don't think enough people make this point. President Biden, in my opinion, has failed the people of this part of the country in a serious way. He never visited. He never said anything publicly that amounted to anything. I remember back in 2010, people might remember the Deepwater Horizon spill in the Gulf of Mexico, where BP had a blowout.
Yeah.
And, there was massive pollution in the Gulf. There was massive pollution in Louisiana, in the Florida Panhandle, and Alabama, and other places. Huge loss. BP ended up paying over time between fines and economic compensation $70 billion, by the way, in damages. Norfolk Southern has paid like $20 million so far. They've paid pennies on the dollar and acted like they put up all this money. So I want people to understand the scale of these disasters. Okay. 70 billion is actually a modest sum compared to all the damage they cause. Because trust me, all those fish and all the sea life and all those plants, they didn't get compensated. And that's damage that we all suffer from. Only the people who got harmed got compensated, and not all of them. I'm talking about the deep water thing. So if you sort of look at Norfolk Southern, they're going to have to put aside, if the court system works properly, tens of billions of dollars. If I were running the federal government and had the power, I would nationalize Norfolk Southern. I would appoint trustees to run it, and I would guarantee to take all their profits and use it to compensate the people who've been harmed by this train derailment until every last piece of compensation is paid for. That's what I would nationalize the company, take their profits, because they cannot be trusted to do the right thing. Now, let's go back to Deepwater Horizon. Does anyone remember what President Obama did after that happened that President Biden did not do? Do you remember?
No.
President Obama raised hell. By the way, Obama did some things good, some things not so good. I'm not defending Obama writ large. I just want to say in this instance, he went after BP publicly and he said, they're going to pay if I have to put my boot on their neck. He literally used those words. And do you know, within a week, they voluntarily put up a $20 billion compensation fund that you might remember Kenneth Feinberg, a respected, what do you call someone like a special master of the court who could hear claims, was paying out significant amounts of money very quickly without litigation to people harmed who could prove that they had bona fide claims. Why didn't President Biden do that with Norfolk Southern? Why didn't he say, I'm going to shut your ass down unless you immediately put up $20 billion, which they could afford to do because they spent far more than that in stock buybacks over the last 4 years, enriching their shareholders, which includes some of the major funds on Wall Street. President Biden could have done that. And you know what? They would have put the money up. They would have put the money up. So that's another example of how things have changed. I mean, we have an imperfect country, right? In 2010, when Obama did this, we had an imperfect country, but our president went after the oil company publicly. And they responded because you cannot be a big corporation in America not in the good graces of the U.S. president. It makes life very difficult.
Right.
So there's a lot of leverage there. There's a lot of leverage the president has, and Biden didn't use it. And as a result, the people of East Palestine are suffering even more than they would otherwise.
And, Buttigieg, who is also an absolute mess, also isn't using his leverage at all. He was hired for this position. Granted, he had no experience with their qualifications, but he could also say, look, President Biden, this is what happened. We need to rectify this. And you're so right that the fees they're going to pay in court costs and everything are going to be, likely astronomical, but instead of, saying, let's give the money, which may even be less, to the people who we harmed, it's that hubris that they would just rather go to court. And you saw that.
It's not hubris. It's the corporations like Norfolk Southern are calculating, what they should do, not based on what's right or wrong, what's based on money. I mean, their only language is money. That's by the way we went after Chevron and got a $10 billion judgment, and they went after me because that's the language they speak. If we had gone to Chevron and said, hey, will you please fix this pollution problem you cause? I mean, they wouldn't fix it. They don't care. These companies have to be compelled to act, compelled. Yes. And, so they're calculating that the court system is too weak to really hold them fully accountable. They know they'll have to pay some money at some point, but it's much cheaper to pay it 3, 4, 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Or in the Exxon Valdez case, Exxon paid over 20 years later than it is to pay today. The money's cheaper down the road, and they don't have to report any real loss yet, and everything's uncertain. So they play the litigation game over the long run while the people they've harmed are suffering today. And that's sort of the disconnect between the real need and the inability of our legal system, its inability to really be used as a vehicle to address people's problems, but of course, had government done its job to begin with, there never would have been a derailment. We wouldn't even be talking about this. I mean, there's just there's not enough regulation going on, and the few regulators that exist are, co-opted for the most part by the very industries that are supposed to be regulated, because these regulators want to get jobs, higher paying jobs. I mean, it's a real co-optation, corporate co-optation of the whole regulatory system of the United States government. And that's why this train derailment happened. It was not an accident.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I could talk to you for hours as always, but we do have other guests. I want to put you on the spot because we just announced we have a co-sister rally in Atlanta on the 22nd where you're going to be. and it's going to be outside Norfolk Southern headquarters.
Oh,
Oh.
about the derailment or about Cop City?
Both. Yeah, we're looking to do both.
If you're inviting me, I'll happily accept.
Oh my gosh, he will be off the wall. I will send you his info. Yeah, it's going hard. Yep.
I would love to be, those are two critical issues, obviously. So yeah, thank you for inviting me. Oh my God.
Oh man, I bet he's watching right now and he's probably jumping up and down.
This is at 11 a.m.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And everybody needs to come that night. Chris Smalls and I and Mariah Parker and Marianne Williamson actually is going to come. And we're going to do a little talk at a local venue, a theater, just about politics and fighting corporate power. And you can get that on my Instagram account. And there's a link, you can buy tickets. I mean, it's like $20 or something. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Chris and I are going to, we got a little thing going where he fought Amazon, I fought Chevron, both of us successfully. We both got attacked by the same law firm, by the way, Gibson Dunn. In any event, come that night in Atlanta on the 22nd if you can.
Heck yeah, that's why I was like, I saw your tour dates and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm hitting them up.
Anyway, I'm really glad you're doing this, everybody. Support the people of East Palestine.
Absolutely. I will be in touch with more info about that. Thank you so much, Stephen.
Yeah,
always great to talk to you.
Likewise. Have a great evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. All right. Let me pull this up here. Hi, Andrew. Who do we have next? I haven't even been keeping track because I've been so busy. Is Scott here?
No, but we got Jamie Ray Wallace in the back.
Oh, okay. Jamie's here. Great. Hi. I think you might be on mute. Can you hear me, Jamie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's so good to see you again. So, girl, you've been having a week.
Oh, you think?
Jamie, for you guys who may not have seen our other show, she is a resident of East Palestine. And to me, she is a resident badass because she is always in the middle of just holding it down for literally everything. So thank you so much for being back to join me. You are one of the speakers at our rally on the 22nd. Oh, let me see what we've raised so far. Just don't forget, guys, this is a fundraiser. $8,500. Hey. That's a whole lot of water and groceries. Wow. 8,500. Wow. Wow. So yes, we have rented a U-Haul and I can't wait to meet you in person. So I actually had someone named Sherry reach out to me yesterday and she told me her story from PA. And we all saw what happened on Friday. They admitted, oops. So what was your reaction? I mean, we all kind of knew that, but to hear them actually say it, what was your reaction?
That's exactly it. Like, we've known that, and we've known that since the beginning, but to actually hear them say it and admit some of the stuff, in some ways it was almost validating because, again, we knew this, like Unity Council actually broke some of the stories, before it hit the hearings, just from doing video recordings. We video record everybody now. It's the paranoia, but it felt validating, but it also just like smacked you in the face. Like, this is real, even though we knew it was real. It was just a new type of reality, I guess, that just smacked you and was like, wow, they really did this to us and knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh. Now I saw that Aaron Brockovich and a few other lawyers opened up a new law office that's going to be right where our rally is. Have you heard anything about that? Are you guys doing a class action suit? What's transpiring?
Actually, I'm not for positive, but I thought it was in Columbiana, not Lisbon. But I'm not for positive, so I'll check into that and get back to you. But I actually spoke to them. They hosted a picnic, I believe it was this past Saturday. And when I saw the ad, it looked like it was going to be held in East Palestine. So I called to kind of ask about it, and they said, no, we're not going to hold events in East Palestine. We thought about that. That's one of my concerns. I even expressed it to you about the rally is, appreciate the help more than anyone, but I do not want people coming in and being exposed to the same chemicals that I have been forced, to be exposed to. It wouldn't be, I guess, a very gracious thing to do. So I tell people, have it somewhere else, have it outside of town. I haven't taken my daughter back in since the night of the derailment. So, I'm not taking her there for any events or anything like that.
So we're going on almost 5 months. It's such a loose question, but what are things like now?
I almost think they're getting worse. Mentally, it's definitely getting worse. Like a lot of people are kind of getting to their breaking points. Like it's been 5 months and we keep hearing the same thing. What are your plans for doing this type of testing? Well, we are ordering Norfolk Southern to write up a plan, and then they send it to us, and then we're going to grade it and send it back to them. And it's like, who's in charge here? Why wouldn't the EPA just be writing up a plan and saying, here, this is what you're going to do? What are they negotiating out of that?
Yeah.
So it's just, people are getting fed up. Even people that haven't spoken out before are starting to speak out. Some of the PR moves that are being pulled by Norfolk Southern are plain out borderline criminal. They are pushing this narrative that everything's fine in town by shoving money in people's faces. They sponsored an Easter egg hunt. They sponsored the street fair. They sponsored this 4K run through town where they had a former Pittsburgh Steelers player that had asthma in town. They're just a $25 million park. People cannot get their soil tested, cannot get their air water tested. But some of our residents are sitting there not just thanking Norfolk Southern, but applauding for them. Like, how do you do that?
Wow. Oh, that would be hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, especially when I keep saying it's like almost if your significant other cheats on you. Like, I'm not gonna be mad at the other woman. She doesn't know me. She didn't claim to love me. She didn't make this commitment to me. And that's what it feels like with my own community. Like, it almost doesn't hurt as bad that Norfolk Southern's doing this because I don't know Norfolk Southern. Some of these people that are doing this are people that I've known my whole life since I was a small child. And, a lot of people are saying, well, how is it harming you if we get a new park? First of all, what are they showing on the news? Your little kids playing in bubbles, laughing, having a good old time. Are they showing the woman who was screaming out her door literally at me that she needed help and she needed out of there with her 83-year-old mother? The same night, it was actually the same night that they were applauding Norfolk Southern for this $25 million park, I was helping this woman and her mother get out of their house.
How close were they to the explosion zone?
Definitely less than a mile. I'd say probably a half a mile. And
so this just happened, you mean?
From the derailment site, yeah. They had been evacuated. They left for the mandatory evacuation. When that was lifted, they came back to their house. Part of the problem is that they had medical issues. They had no mode of transportation. The daughter actually has one of her eyes. She's blind in it, so she's not able to drive, and they don't own a vehicle. As far as the communication, same thing it was in the beginning. You don't know when these meetings are, or you don't know what's going on. Like, she didn't even know when I took her to cash a check after we went to the assistance center. I took her there myself. I was going to take her into PA to cash it. So we have to go towards the end of town where ground zero is. They put these huge, Dr. Chai calls them Shamu tanks, and that's what I call them now.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, I think they hold like 1 million gallons of water with all these chemicals on top. But they put these blue containers in our town a while ago. And she was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know those were there. And, it's just amazing that her only, I guess her only means of communication was our local news, who was showing the people applauding for the park and the street fair. So there are definitely people that are still in their homes. Yeah, I mean, I could just go on and on. The mayor, well, it wasn't actually the mayor, it was a city ordinance that blocked canvassers from being in town. I think since April now. It had to go through the ACLU, and we finally got that cleared up. But not only is the city not helping residents, there was canvassers going around not asking for money, not asking for donations. In fact, signing people up for soil sampling, for water sampling from the independent scientist, Clean Air out of Pittsburgh, Andy Womer, was asking people if they needed air filters for their furnaces. They got stopped by the police. They were told that under city ordinance that they had to pay $400 a piece to the city and fill out an extensive application that included like criminal history for so many years, where you've lived. So they effectively stopped them from canvassing. So that had to go through the ACLU. So no one has been going door to door since April. We could have found these women so much sooner had canvassing not stopped. So it's just been one thing after another. Like, you start talking and you can just fall down this rabbit hole of almost unimaginable things that are going on in the community.
You yourself have been the target of some ire from several politicians because you speak out, and they don't like that. So in case other people haven't seen our shows and stuff, do you want to just kind of share some of the things you've been going through with the local politicians?
So I guess the first pleasure of meeting a politician I had was towards the beginning, and our Senator Sherrod Brown had come into town and was doing a round table. I'm not sure this is a big issue. We don't know how they pick the people that get to meet with them. But so I go in the room, and of the people that are meeting, maybe 15 people, I was the only person in the room who was not either a business owner or a politician. So people start talking, and they're talking about this. We want to be the greatest comeback story in history, and how do we get stuff back in town and the businesses. And I'm like, people are sick. Hello, over here, people are sick. And I actually sent a message to Sherrod Brown's team afterwards, and I said that was not a fair representation of the city. It wasn't. When I went on Capitol Hill for the first legislative hearing, I kind of cornered Sherrod Brown in the corner, which I have videos of everything. And I'm telling him he's trying to, small talk, how's the weather? And I'm like, look, this is what's going on. Partially because I was running to a meeting at the White House, but partially because I wanted to tell him what my issue was. I didn't just want to BS. So I have never heard from him since. In fact, I was not invited to his last roundtable. They don't want people that ask the hard questions. Bill Johnson, The night of the first town hall was February 15th. It was my birthday. It was the day before the toxicologist had been at my house and said there was a possible pathway to exposure in my basement, which leads to a whole nother story, but I won't sidetrack. So he said there was this potential pathway to exposure in my basement with this contaminated water running down my basement wall. That was on February 14th. The next morning on the 15th, the railroad called and said, hey, do you run or own? And I said, well, I'm just running right now. And they're like, well, let's get you out of there. You know, of course, we'll pay all the moving expenses, few months rent. Basically, think about it, give us a number and we'll get you out of there. So that night I went to the first town hall meeting, and our representative Johnson was there, Bill Johnson. The mayor was there, a couple other people. Long story short, I said there that my house was deemed contaminated. You're standing up here saying that no houses are unsafe. Mine is. So Bill Johnson tells me, go over to the lady at my table and get a privacy form and fill it out. He said, I'll give you a call. So I did. Since then, I've probably called, gosh, at least a half a dozen times, and he's never returned my phone calls. So a couple of weeks ago, we were at an EPA meeting, and we had a chance as community members to stand up and ask questions in the middle of the meeting. He had opened the meeting. So when I asked my question, I turned around and I said, hey, by the way, Bill Johnson, you never got back to me since February 15th. I need to talk to you. So after the meeting, I was walking by, I was actually going to talk to someone else, and he kind of pushed me around on the shoulder and got very aggressive. And he was like, you're the reason why I haven't called you back. My office has been trying to get a hold of you to fill out this privacy form. And I said, I filled it out the night of the town hall. He starts yelling, I didn't even have those forms with me. And I said, you did, because I filled one out. Then he said, well, I said, I have it on video. Well, where did you turn it in? I turned it in at your table. No, you didn't. I didn't have a table. And I'm like, look, which you can watch the video. It's plain as day that he said, go over and get a privacy form from my table. But I was just like, look, what I really want to talk to you about is Unity Council. So I started telling him what the Unity Council for the East Palestine train derailment is. And it's basically a big group of community members that represent East Palestine and all the affected areas around us. And I said, we are inviting legislators to come in, and we'd like to talk to you about some of the needs of the community and tell you what's really going on. And he said, well, look, I don't answer to councils. And I said, okay. He said, and you don't get to represent the community and all of my constituents. And I said, well, what if I brought in a petition to you like tomorrow with 2,500 signatures on it? He said, I don't answer to petitions. He said, the way it works is representation is per vote. He said, I represent individuals, not groups of individuals. So I turned around and I said, you know what? I said, well, you just lost my individual vote. And I started walking away, and he screams at me, I knew I didn't have your vote anyways. And I turned around and I'm like, exactly. You know, that's why you didn't care and didn't care to call me back. So he yelled something else. And I said, hey, Mr. Johnson, I said, tuck that railroad's money back in your pocket. And he went nuts. I gave all the money back. And I said, all of it or just from this year? And he walked outside. What he didn't know, a couple of my fellow members of Unity Council were already outside. And as he's walking out, he's yelling at his assistant, write her off. You write her off. And the one guy said, excuse me, that's not right. She's still your constituent.
Bingo.
You know, and I could go on, but I know I've already taken up a lot of time just with
no, that's okay. I'm just going to shut the door here because my husband is cooking curry. But no, I mean, that is, you're right. He is the epitome of someone who was like, I only represent who votes for me. And that's bullshit.
Right.
And you had also If you want to share the text message, that was interesting.
From the mayor?
Yeah.
Or about me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? He already internationally insulted my ability to represent East Palestine, but there were some text messages that were released. Actually, a reporter from the Daily Mail did a public records request. And the text messages were between our fire chief, Drabick, and our mayor, Trent Conway. And what it was, and this is the part that really hurt, was I had gotten into the White House to have a meeting with some senior advisors. I got a hold of an old friend in college. He said, hey, I worked with this girl during the Obama campaign. She's in the White House. Let me get you in. Like that sort of thing. So my mom had posted on Facebook, like, I'm so proud of my daughter. She's going to DC. She's going to be in the White House and the Senate and the House all in one day and blah, blah. So the mayor screenshots that and he sends it to the fire chief. And the fire chief is like, oh, really? Like, this is what, we have representing East Palestine. And the mayor replies back, probably, I'm not allowed to say it, right?
Oh, yeah, you could say it.
Oh, so the mayor replies back, what the fuck? And I was like, really? Really? After I'm doing all this stuff for his community that he should be doing. So funny you bring this up. I released a clip of the phone call when he called me after that yesterday. And, when I called him, you can watch it. It's on our Unity Council Facebook if you'd like to see it. But he basically tries to spin it around and say it wasn't about me, which didn't make sense at all. But I went off on him, and I'm like, look, like, you need to start supporting your community and quit working for Norfolk Southern. And he said, I 100% agree. Then why isn't he?
It's truly unbelievable. The fact that he did it is screwed up, but the fact that he lied about doing it when it's literally right there with your full name, and it's incredible. And it shows that these people think they are absolutely invincible with what they are doing to you guys. What is something that maybe people...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What is something that maybe people don't know about East Palestine that you want them to know?
It's like a glorified high school, and I'm not one of the popular girls. That's exactly that's the only way I can describe it. Like, in East Palestine, there's always been like this clique that's ran the town. And a lot of people have not paid attention to it because we really didn't care, to be quite honest, which shame on us. Shame on us when I didn't know what the community foundation was for until this derailment, so we just kind of let them run it. And now what's happening is, now that there's this divide in town, Norfolk Southern, what they did is they came in and they sat back for a couple weeks and they watched and they saw who controlled our town. And that's who they started paying off, is exactly what they did. So that was, of course, like a lot of the business owners. So they start working with the business owners to get, this money back to the businesses and completely forgetting about the people that are sick. So now, this, I guess the cool kids now are running the town. The problem with that is you always have the people that are afraid to stick up to the cool kids because then they might not be cool anymore.
Right.
We have a lot of those people that are afraid to speak up, people that are afraid to be attacked publicly, like I've been attacked. People just bringing up stuff that's completely irrelevant. Like the fact that I filed bankruptcy in December. Anybody that knows me knows that I've worked since I've been 15. I had my miracle baby at 42. I was high risk. I couldn't work. So I had perfect credit, so I was using my credit cards. I'm not lying. I did. And then I thought I would go pay them back. As soon as, the baby got a couple months old, COVID hit, so those things put me in that circumstance. I did what I felt like I needed to do, which was my right to do. And what the hell does that have to do with my advocating for the town?
Absolutely nothing.
And to me, that tells when you're starting to make a point, because it's like a bunch of kindergartners, they turn around and say, well, your mom is ugly. When it gets to those personal insults, it's because they don't have intelligent arguments anymore.
Absolutely.
It's really unfortunate that the town is divided like this, and that people are afraid to talk about it. I do think that, again, like I said, it's really getting to that point where people are starting to break. People that have not spoken out before have spoken out. I'm hoping that the firefighters start speaking out, all first responders. I mean, the first time we've heard the fire chief admit that people were sick and firefighters were sick was during the hearings. I was actually getting ready to pull up a interview he did. Probably the interview that made my ears the reddest was the fire chief doing an interview for WFMJ out of Youngstown saying that no first responders were sick. And not only did he say that, but he was so rude to the woman interviewing him that I apologized to her. So you have him saying absolutely no firefighters, first responders are sick. And then you have him in the hearing saying, I was concerned within the first couple hours. It's just, yeah. So that's what I would like to say is it's a clique, and there's a lot of people that are going to forget about their reputations soon and speak out. And I honestly feel like, to be completely honest and human, that's what's going on with our mayor. I mean, he's a mayor of a small town, and you have all these people from the federal EPA and the CDC and the Donald himself coming into town. He's definitely being bullied. I think he knows what he needs to do in his heart. A lot of people don't, but I read energy, and his energy tells me that he knows what the right thing is and that he wants to do it, but he feels like he can't. So again, it's scary any way you look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, definitely plug Unity Council, because we want anyone watching to please give them a follow. If you want to give their, I know you have a Twitter, a website, a Facebook.
Yeah, it's the Unity Council for the East Palestine train derailment. On all social media, we use hashtag Unity Council EP. So you can find us there. We post updates. Like I said, things are changing almost every day. Talk about different views. You could sign up for our newsletter. So check us out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jamie. And I cannot wait to meet you next month. You have been doing so much great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for creating awareness. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Andrew, who do we have next? You look like Animal.
Yes, I am. We got Elias Cepeda coming on right now.
Mr. Cepeda! Look at you. Look at your hair. Oh, look at you. How are you? Have you been watching? Isn't this just like heartbreaking?
I have been watching. Yeah, it's been really moving and informative, and yeah, no, I really appreciate being included in my small way here. But yeah, I have been watching. Thanks so much to you all for putting this on. You and Andrew both for running the stream here.
Absolutely. And to those watching, don't forget this is a fundraiser. I'm going to check again because I'm going to keep harassing you guys. Let me see.
Point. You got to do it.
All right. We've raised $300 within 3 hours. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. But come on, guys. Like literally, I went on Kim Iverson's show for 15 minutes and it got $7,000 freaking dollars. Okay. So like the people in EP need help, like for real. So even if you can spare $5, $5 is a case of water. Like it's, you know, anything you can do helps. But in any case, I mean, you know, we've been comrades for a few years. You've always been supportive of M4M4ALL. And we appreciate that so much. So I knew I had to ask you to be here tonight. You also, as a person of color, you tend to look at things from that lens a lot as well and point out systemic racism. So I wanted to talk to you about this on a class issue and things like that, because I know we've had those discussions. So, you know, I was saying before that, you know, East Palestine, their median income per household is $27,000. So, you know, we look at Flint, like, what do they all have in common? They're either poor or poor people of color or what have you. It is always these areas. So would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, well, I think marginalization usually happens on these race and class and gender lines, and I think it can't be disassociated here in this instance either. Like you mentioned, the East Palestine median income is significantly lower than the national median income. It's also not super close to, you know, it's not in or super close to any of the main media centers. So you see the mainstream corporate media attention being at best kind of fleeting in terms of having bodies on the ground, in terms of really spending time with the people there, so that the impact can be kind of felt in ways that go beyond even the really powerful metrics and the science of it all, but to really hear from the folks. And so it's easy to put places that are predominantly like or substantially consist of people of lower income levels out of sight, and then they become out of mind. It doesn't start with the tragedy. It kind of, you know, one can argue that this is the types of things that produces tragedy. Obviously, regulation in the country on the whole is to say it's lacking is an understatement. Obviously, we have this legalized bribery system of campaign corporate donations, which is augmented by the most corrupt type of private public partnership that one can think of, which is basically having industry regulators have a revolving door into industry that they're supposed to regulate, and the government jobs themselves, when their regulators being underfunded. So you've got this situation where there's so much money being put into ignoring the needs of people that live in these communities. These are just like drive-by communities and regions. This is get the trains through them. Let's not worry if we as a nation are doing proper regulatory, have properly regulatory mechanisms for our railway systems. Let's not worry about if, God forbid, there's a derailment, who's actually in charge and gets to decide with what happens with the derailment. In this case, with toxic chemicals, the companies are just able to go in there and decide matters of public health, and beyond public health, it's almost matters of war and peace. This is a community, a state that is effectively bombed, chemically bombed at a seismic level, and that was just a decision that the corporation was allowed to make. The government didn't, the local government or regional government or national government didn't really have a say in there, and I don't think that happens. Circling back to your original point, if regular people, working people, non-working people, just regular folks, non-ruling class folks that don't have capital, if their interests and their livelihoods and their health were considered as much as the ruling class, and I don't think this would happen if we were living in anything resembling a true democracy. where power and your interests are not tied up to wealth. So yeah, I think class is inextricably linked to the conditions that produce or increase the likelihood that these types of tragically increasingly frequent tragedies. And I think it's inextricably tied to how little we do afterwards to hold those responsible accountable, because ultimately we'd have to hold the system accountable, which we can't do, or we choose not to do. And it's inextricably tied to the lack of resources put back in to not repay people for loss, because you can't really repay generations to come of people for health considerations or illnesses that may, God forbid, happen in their families. You can't repay them for soil almost irrevocably damaged or the air quality. But yeah, I think class is a huge part of this, and those who have the capital get to decide how the rest of us live our lives without consideration for our well-being.
That's a great point. You can't give like future reparations or something. This is going to not only affect the people who were exposed to it now, but it's going to continue to affect them. And I don't know if you saw in the beginning, they were saying they just approved unanimously a $25 million approval to build an amphitheater in East Palestine.
Yeah. I did see that. Yeah, that's not even a Band-Aid, right? Like that's just kind of a bizarro world insult. You have a place that many residents are saying this is, it's not inhabitable at this point, right? And they're just there out of necessity or pride in their community to try to make it better. And so we're going to build an amphitheater in a place that is not safe to live, drink, breathe, put our hands in the soil in. That's a microcosm of what we're doing, with this entire country. We want to put shiny new objects or entertain ourselves to death without taking care of the bare necessities, without taking, and even when those inequities, even when those dangers are put into stark relief by tragedies like this, we're still not doing anything about it, other than the people like you, people like everyone involved here. The people are, the people are saving themselves or giving them the best chance to do it. So, but yeah, so I don't mean to be dour. There is no giving up, and there is a lot of work being done, but it's being done through things like this effort, through the rally, by connecting it to policy initiatives like Medicare for All, right? Because that's important to do as well, to connect topical, like newsy things to the deeper undercurrents, to policy initiatives and battles that are already ongoing. That's why that matters. But yeah, I did see that, and that's just really it's insulting. If it weren't so tragic, it'd be comical.
Yeah, seriously, it's absolutely bananas. I wonder, this is kind of more of a philosophical question, but I think about this sometimes. Like, people say, we deserve justice, but is there really justice? I mean, look at all this fucking shit that's going on. What is just? Like, what? Nothing will counteract it. Nothing will make it right. So what kind of justice could there be in something like this?
Yeah, for those already affected and those maybe on the path to being affected negatively in the future, there's nothing amounting to total rehabilitation or recouping of losses, right? Some losses can't be even measured, like the psychic damage this does to you. But yeah, I think that's right, Joy. I think the only thing, I'm just thinking about it and talking as I think about it, just listening and immediately reflecting on your question, which is a sage one. I think the only thing approximating justice that any of us, if we really dig, like pull back or scratch back, especially activists like yourself, because I haven't done the work to be called an activist, but I think if we really look at that, What's really being done? What's the justice or the thing approximating justice that you're seeking? It's that we tear down the oppressive structures and rebuild things in such a way that future people won't have to suffer in the same way and won't need this type of restorative justice, because there's limits to it, right? Once you've been hurt, you've been hurt. Once things have been destroyed, they're destroyed in large part. But yeah, I think that's right. It's building a new world, or building this wonderful world we have anew with our human structures in a way that hopefully mitigates the risk for these types of things happening in the future. Because you're right. I mean, it's just honoring the memory of people, already hurt or already in the past. I think it's about the closest thing we can fight for is just creating new things in the future.
Absolutely. What is something you've learned about East Palestine, whether tonight or otherwise, that you think is worth mentioning so people keep it in mind?
Yeah, one of the things that I've enjoyed being brought up here specifically tonight is the range of options, range of options of things that our government could be doing. And that's important because while we're here on the ground trying to raise money to send immediate relief, and that is super crucial. Once we do that, the types of things we can do from home as well is to in any way we can put pressure on our elected officials. But the range of things that they can do, even really really awful, largely criminal leaders like let's say President Obama, like Steve Donziger earlier segment tonight mentioned things. At least ways he used his bully pulpit a bit better, ways he used his rhetorical soft power a little bit better although out of BP and past tragedies, in ways that our current president is not doing. It's a low bar, but it's not being met. There's things nationalizing corporations, taking control of these corporations, which receive so much in the way of subsidy from us and dollar amounts and tax relief and basically total autonomy effectively in the public way over the railways and power over their own regulation, sometimes even effectively appearing to self-regulate. There's so many things that could be done, including like nationalizing them, taking their profits, and then trying to use that to get some type of to fund some type of relief in a real large manner for people, to try to do some type of remediation efforts with the soil and things of that nature. There's so much that can be done that is not being done by our government. Their hands, in fact, are not tied either by the agencies that directly govern them, like the Department of Transportation or the federal government. Their hands are not tied. They're tied with gilded handcuffs after they've taken campaign contributions for them, or their bosses have, or their predecessors have. So yeah, I mean, learning about the ways in which our government can be taking some imperfect and incomplete measures and refusing to do even that is really, really important, because that's not talked about in very much in the corporate media. These are often discussed in very limited ways. One, either as like some type of act of God that's somehow preventable and disconnected from our Department of Transportation's head's close relationship with this particular company, or it's disconnected from the powers that the federal government has right now that could, even without acts of Congress, can really unilaterally in the executive branch take action and take control of money. These aren't hypothetical, theoretical mechanisms and tools that the government has. These are things that have been done in the past in times of war. So I think that's been really, really good to hear folks talk about, among the many, many things that have been talked about. I also really liked in the previous segment, your guest, and forgive me, I forget her name, but I really, it was really illuminating to hear her talk about the local culture there in East Palestine. It's
Jamie,
yeah, thank you. It's a small community, and these corporations spend a lot of money, and they're really observant, and they really try to see who are the stakeholders and who are the power brokers on a local level. And they kind of encourage folks, it seems a lot of times, to set up these little fiefdoms of at least influence, and to hear her talk about the culture of the community and how that, in her view, I'm not informed enough to evaluate it critically, but in her view, that the rail company has kind of gone and taken advantage of that and exploited that was really useful. It's sad, but it's really useful to hear and really illuminating.
Absolutely. Where can people find you if they want to read your articles and follow you on Twitter and all those fun things?
Well, thanks for asking. Yeah, if you go to at Elias Cepeda, Elias Cepeda on Twitter, I've got a link tree there, so you can see whatever I'm working on or just released. I'm a little backed up on some articles, but we're going to have some stuff up this summer. So if you follow me on Twitter, if you're still there with me in that disintegrating digital mess, you can find my stuff there.
Well, thank you so much, comrade. You know I love you to pieces. Thank you so much for joining.
My pleasure. Thank you, Joy, for all your work. Thank you, Andrew.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you.
Andrew, I know you need to go, so it is okay. Is Commie here?
Commie is here.
All right, bring that effer in here. There he is.
And then Zach will also be here next.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I love you. Thank you. Thank you for all your help.
Take care.
Night, buddy.
Tommy John.
Commie John, the first time I've ever had you on my show, and I've been for 6 fucking years. Why has it been so fucking long? What's your shirt say? Oh, macaroni and cheese, duh.
Right. Don't want to go up too far. I'm not wearing pants, but yeah, check out this. This is our flagship podcast over at realprogressives.org. It's awesome. I mean, it's, what we do there is like MMT and trying to, get people to understand how the government actually pays for stuff, because that's what usually ends the discussion.
That's why I was like, we need an RP person on, not just because I do a show on it and we are streaming here, but because I know there's got to be at least a few people in the audience. Well, all that sounds good, but how are you going to pay for it? There's at least a few people there.
Yeah, and even if, and man, when I worked for the Bernie campaign, I would phone bank and people would say, how do you pay for it? And I'd say, well, we're going to tax Wall Street and tax the rich people. And I mean, I don't know if they bought it or not, but when I learned how the government actually pays for stuff in MMT or macroeconomics, it's like, that's not how it works. And that's like, it's so crucial to make sure people understand this stuff. Not that we're going to
tax the rich. Still do it.
Absolutely. Oh man, to the moon.
But we just don't need to.
And we don't need it to pay for stuff. The taxes are not a source of revenue for the federal government. And it's not like we're going to go to Congress and say, hey, we know how money works, so you guys can just, make a law and spend it and we got it, because they know. I think getting people to understand MMT is more like a tool to radicalize them. Think about it as people get, punched in the face from our healthcare system. And then they find out that, we don't in fact borrow money from China, and we're not in debt, and we don't need to wait for rich people's tax money to come in. It's like, we could do this today, like with the stuff in East Palestine. We're doing a fundraiser and trying to raise, 10 grand or so to try to help these people out in some small way.
Water.
And the federal government could come in right now and fix this and make it whole. And I should let people know that when Chernobyl happened in the USSR, and again, it was going to the transition back to capitalism, that happened, and they evacuated everybody from that area, gave them health care for life, took care of everything. And this was communist Russia. And this is like the greatest country in the world ever. And we're just like leaving these people to bathe in bottled water. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I've been having a couple drinks. This thing has really pissed me off, but it's been great, man. But that's the
I've
thing.
had
That's
to
why I think
pee
this
for an hour, but I think it's been going really freaking well. I asked so
Right?
many amazing people. But yeah, I mean, you're so right. Everything, I mean, it sounds so trite because fuck capitalism, fuck capitalism. This shit is because of fucking capitalism. It is. That's what it comes down to. These fucking corporations and their fucking greed. And like Steven Donziger said, they would rather pay, to fucking sue and all those law costs than actually just give people a fucking fraction of what that is. It's fucking bananas. So I notice, something that I get a bit of a response to when I'm trying to explain MMT is I say, remember how the Pentagon last week lost $850 billion that accidentally went to Ukraine? Did you see that article?
I don't think so, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, like it's lost billions before. So yeah, it accidentally went to Ukraine. It was lost, but they know it went to Ukraine. But yeah, 850 billion. So what did we borrow that money? How do you borrow something when you're already in fucking debt? You don't. There is
And
no
again,
debt ceiling.
this is why they have a big billboard with the number, the 30 trillion number. And dude, I don't watch mainstream media, but I was actually out visiting old man Grumbine, and I was in an Airbnb with my buddy Cole, and I just turned the TV on, and the only thing free on there was like the shitty MSNBC or whatever. And man, they were talking about the debt ceiling, and man, how are they gonna shut the lights off? Is there gonna be default, and we're gonna, not gonna be able to pay this stuff? And it's like, that's why people are like, oh my gosh, well, we're broke. We can't pay for healthcare. We can't pay for anything like that. But man, when it's like they're funding some proxy war in Ukraine, or, giving tax breaks to super rich people, the money is there. And that's the point. It's like the money's there. Congress people know it. The rich people know it. We got to convince our people to know it and understand, because I think there's a lot of normies that are sitting out there going, look, the Democrats are trying. It's that Trump keeps increasing the deficit. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. That's not how it works. That's actually a good thing, increasing the deficit, but the money's all going to like the war machine and shit. And
Right. That's the thing. Like, if you want to believe that, we'll at least say increase the deficit for something that fucking matters. You're not even you're saying he's increasing the deficit, but you're not even saying to murder people. So like, not only are you wrong, you're fucking immoral.
And that's the reason they got to keep this. It's like they'll bring economists on mainstream media, or they'll pen, white papers or whatever that are speaking from an Austrian or a gold standard economic point of view. They're not talking about the system we have now, but that's the only people that are really getting airtime. And that most of the normies, they go, well, this guy's got an economic degree. This guy's just some commie on the internet, It's like, and again, I got to say that I am not an economist. I'm just a dude. I'm not even that smart. I'm just a guy that wants the truth, that knew I was being lied to about a lot of stuff. And people have to understand, it's like, they're not telling the truth about economics. They're lying to you about everything else,
And also, some people say, well, what would change if we did MMT? We don't have to do it. It already exists. Like, it literally exists. It's going on right now. We print our own money. But the fact that people think we have to like transform into some other way of like monetary system, when in fact it is the best thing they could possibly get people to believe, is that we cannot afford things that we are absolutely due to have, just being part of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, again, the beauty of MMT, and again, it's not the end all be all. It's a piece of the puzzle. It's one of the truths out there that kind of helps connect the dots. And it's like, that's why they have to fight so hard against it, because if people realize that, oh, so it's not like we're waiting on billionaires to pay their taxes, or we don't have to wait to see until we have enough money in the kitty to give people health care. We can just do it because legally, if Congress passes a law, the money's created. And that's the big thing about MMT, is that the government, the federal government, is the creator of the currency. They create the dollar. They're the only entity in the universe that can do it. Everybody else, if you try, it's counterfeiting and very illegal. And so they have different rules. So it's like when Congress, passes a law and spends money, it's just there. But again, at the end of the day, our government's bought off. So there's we're not going to be able to make it work. But again, it's a tool. And if you kind of, especially, and it's super important that Marxists really need to try to understand this, because it's not just we're going to abolish the government and, not have money. It's like there's a transition, and MMT is a tool. It's like it's understanding what money is. That's because people are taught wrong on purpose, so they can get away with saying, hey, we're trillions debt, we don't have the money, no health care for you. But when you understand what it is, it's just an accounting tool. It's like it kind of opens up possibilities, like, holy shit, we could do amazing things, and what's standing in the way? And it's like, some rich people, just a submarine trip to the Titanic away,
Yeah, for real. And it's interesting because I totally forgot what I was going to say. So it must have been a lie, as my dad says. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So random, but I think it's because I've been on the air for 4 hours. I saw this meme yesterday that made me think of you, because it had Marx on it, and it said, capitalism, more like crapitalism. Am I right, ladies? I was like, yes, that's amazing. That's, once we understand where money is, and there really is no limit to how much there is, why are we the best country in the world, but yet every other country has stuff we don't? But we're supposed to be the richest country.
Really aggressive propaganda. There's probably 100 million people that think they are free. They can pick 100 different kinds of breakfast cereal, but their teeth are rotten out, and they're like, man, this is freedom, at least not like China. And that's enough for most people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And the problem with people waking up and understanding that we're in a class war, that we're not, this isn't just some movie, we're in an aggressive class war, is that it doesn't wake people up until they're punched in the face by it, until they realize that our healthcare system is just a nightmare death trap, and you better, if you don't get sick, or if you do, die quick. And that's what our healthcare system is. And I think most people just don't get it until it hits them. And most people are propagandized so hard. And I don't know, man. It's
the insurance industrial complex. Fuck them all. Not literally, but if you do, don't use lube, because they can kiss my ass.
I just want to say, man, and there's been a lot of talk, kind of like how MMT kind of intersects with the class conflict and like Marxism, because there's a lot of Marxists and leftists that dismiss it as, it's enabling capitalism or something. And it's like the idea of like a dictatorship of the proletariat, or having like a state and a government, that serves the working people. It's a tool. If we learn that we can use it to do things that benefit us, not that the way our shit's set up right now with Congress, they're going to do anything, but just the idea that we can, because I think a lot of people are fooled into believing that we're in debt to China, and there's just no money for anything, and they're okay with it if they're comfortable enough to not need it, and I think that's, once you get hit by this system and you understand that they're doing this on purpose. We have the money to fix East Palestine. We have the money to give people health care. Man, I'll tell you what, it was the worst thing that ever happened to me, because, man, I can't unsee it. I'm fucking pissed off every day, because I know this is, it's on purpose. They're killing us on purpose through economics, and they can kill so many more of us through austerity measures, like withholding health care, keeping people in poverty than, Hitler killed in the Holocaust. but they can do it, you know, with a smile, and nobody's the wiser, and it's fine, you know, until
it's like it's eugenics of the poor. It's yes, they're not taking a gun and killing us, but they're killing us. This is violence. They talk about, oh, happy MLK Day. Dude, he said what you're doing is fucking violence. Don't like, there's no fucking, no self-reflection or anything. People are hurting so bad. And that's why these things are so important, and why we are trying to raise money tonight for the people in East Palestine who are suffering so bad. Many of them are still taking baths in bottled water. You've heard from several residents tonight who have had rashes. I'm not even going to tell you some of the stuff that's going on with children, because it is just so disgusting. And, so much is going on with people, health-wise, that it's traumatic even listening to people call me and share their stories. Honestly, it's harsh to have to, really process this shit. Like, holy fuck, they're really doing this. And this is an example. And, Jessica is correct. It's not going to be the last one. But this is one of those fucking things where our grandkids are going to be like, what'd you do during this time? Well, what did you guys do? Did other YouTube places cover it? I know Maximilian and Lewis, I know they covered it. I know I covered it like fucking every day. But what about these people who are spending all this time talking about other YouTubers on the air and stuff? They're not using their platform to raise, the importance and the knowledge of what is going on. So that's why I also encourage everyone in the audience to actually stand up to YouTubers and say, why the fuck aren't you covering this shit? Why? Why are you being silent? People are fucking suffering. People are fucking dying. People are literally being told they're never going to have kids.
Tell you, leftists are broke, man. They don't donate money to YouTube channels and become subscribers. That, if you're talking about this stuff, it's like boring. What about Trump?
Yeah.
Again, it's privilege. It's mostly privilege.
It's so privileged.
But I gotta say, real quick, it's like, this is why it's so important to understand MMT and understand how the government pays for stuff and understand what money is, because people are confused. And when you see something like East Palestine and you see these people suffering, and man, just going through and again, you're right, it's everywhere. A lot of it's not reported, because there's not a big explosion that they have to report, that's like too big, they can't report. Like, there's probably 1,000 Flint, Michigans. And most people are like, whatever, we don't have enough money, we're in debt. Think about if these people that were right there feeling this stuff realized that that's all bullshit. We have the money. We can mobilize the resources. Look what they did for that sub of rich guys, man. They mobilized the fleet, and there was like a boat with like 500 refugees on it, like capsizing. A bunch of people died, and it's like nothing.
Yep.
That's the whole thing. We can use like the power of our currency and our monetary system to mobilize mass amounts of resources on a grand scale to do shit like healthcare, to, when something like Katrina or something like, and again, Katrina is just another example of, the government, again, on the word of the ruling class, to just drag their feet and do the bare ass minimum when we could make people whole today. That's the point, is like, we don't have to wait for rich people's money. Again, if our Congress wasn't completely corrupted, and that's the problem. And that's why it's more of a radicalization tool. And we want to let people know as they're going, why isn't the government helping us out? It's like, we know how money works. And eventually people are going to be like, fuck this. We're going to show up at our Congress people's houses with, our well-informed torches and pitchforks. And
Guillotines right down the street.
I don't want to say too much because I'm probably already on.
Yeah, I didn't mean that, YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say that. Yeah.
But yeah, hey, real quick, I just want to say one thing. You know, I already know our healthcare system is garbage. And again, this is about raising awareness. Not that we're going to be doing this march outside of the, Congress, and they're going to say, oh man, you got us, we'll give you healthcare. But it's about getting people to understand that there's more of us out there. You're not alone to be boned by this healthcare system, to be bankrupted or left to die. And again, most I've had a couple people in my life die, and it could kind of be related to the healthcare system, but you could argue it wasn't if you really wanted to. But a friend of mine came over the other day, and she said that, yeah, my mom told me that her kidneys are failing. It's like, Jesus, that sucks. She's like, yeah. And I tell her about the Medicare for All stuff. And she said, yeah, she was diagnosed with some stuff a long time ago, like some lymph nodes, something or other. And the medication they were giving her, because of whatever patents or the pharmaceutical industry, they like changed it to where now that medication is going to be like $600 a month. But they have this other one that they put warnings on there that could harm your kidneys. But that one is covered by whatever insurance she has. So she doesn't have $600 a month. So she's been taking this other one. All of a sudden she goes in, they said, oh, your kidneys are failing. It's like, and it's not an isolated incident, man. A lot of people are going through this shit, and a lot of people are so propagandized that they're embarrassed to talk about that, this shit's bankrupting them, and they got to choose between food or medicine. And
yeah,
so
absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Commie. I'm so excited to hang out with you again. Commie has come out the past 2 summers, and he'll be coming out again this next month with your buddy Colt, who's also with Real Progressives. So excited to meet him, and
real
so
quick,
excited to see you.
Real quick, at the last 2, I don't know if you remember, but I think I almost got in a fight at both of them. Because there was
you did, but it was to protect me.
It was security work, but
both of them.
Let's hope for a fight.
To protect me. Now that I think of it, both
I'm
of
pissed
them.
off, man. I'm ready to.
Oh my God, that's right. The second one was to protect me too.
I mean, to be fair, that dude was like 80 years old, so I'd have whooped his ass.
Well, when people are threatening me, Commie's like, "Oh no, that's my comrade. You better get the fuck out." I forgot they were both me. People just want to beat me up. I don't know.
You have that vibe that pisses people off, vibe that bootlickers just don't like.
Bodyguard by Commie.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much for joining. Love you.
Hey, I love you too. Thanks for doing this, man. It might not seem like we're making a difference, man, but we are. It's like people are listening. They're waking up. We're making some progress, so don't ever stop, man.
Oh, I never will.
Adios.
Adios. Zach, I am so sorry. It's been a minute. Let me pull you up in here. See, now I lost my eyeballs. All right. Here
hey,
we go.
Joy. How's my sound?
Sorry. It took longer than I thought, but it's so difficult because I had people scheduled for 10 minutes, and I'm like, this isn't going to be a 10-minute fucking conversation.
Yeah, it's all
one of the people didn't show, so it would have been even longer. But anyway, so what are your thoughts? Tonight was kind of bananas.
Yeah, I think it was really cool. I mean, we had a very vast slate of people, from people who are actually residents in East Palestine. Obviously, Stephen Donziger, the legend himself, was on. And also some of the people at the beginning, one that I found super interesting was Lee Camp. He was talking about kind of the whole corporatist system that we're living under. But I thought it was great. I mean, very informative, and it looks like people are ready to go for July. So
I hope so. So, you are definitely anti-capitalist. We've had discussions about this. So what is fuck capitalism, fuck Cop City, fuck Norfolk's Given, fuck all them motherfuckers, fuck everyone who's not middle class or under. No, no. Unless you care. And fuck that damn submarine. But anyway, we've had discussions about this, like big corporations, they're why this shit happens. So when you learn Friday that EPA comes out and they're like, oh, by the way, yeah, we didn't need to burn all those chemicals after all, and it turns out they've known it from day one. What's your reaction?
Well, I think this is not something that should surprise people. I mean, when you look at the entire system in this country, basically what you have is a government that is totally beholden to large corporations. And this is just one more example of that. I mean, people talk about the revolving door in politics, right? Mm-hmm. So how do you go from being the head of a regulatory agency or inside of a regulatory agency to then going to work for the company or vice versa? So it shouldn't surprise people. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that happens in this country. The government does not work for the people. It works for private capital. And in this case, I mean, the rail industry, which should be nationalized in the first place, is lobbying politicians. In 2020, they lobbied Biden and Trump. And so it shouldn't be a surprise when these things happen. I believe Trump deregulated, passed some deregulation during his presidency that Biden obviously never put back on.
Right.
So, yeah, that's what I would say.
And what do you think? I mean, conjecture, but what do you think would have happened if, maybe the government actually fucking listened to the railroad strikers?
Right. There's another thing. And you had bipartisan support to shut down the railroad strike because they thought that it would harm the economy. But what those things do, again, is just give more power to private corporations that cause things like this when those corporations are unchecked.
Now I know you're going to, for those who don't know, Zach just graduated high school. Yay. And you've been with us for 2 summers now.
Yeah.
And you'll be flying out and speaking at the East Palestine rally. And you are going to major in poli-sci, right?
Yeah, I'm planning on it.
So what is going to be your catalyst for going into that? What is, like, if you had to pick one thing that you're like, I need to change this about politics?
Well, I think that is a hard question to answer because everything's so connected, but I can give you 2 and I can tell you how they connect. So first of all, I think that capitalist economics at its root is the problem in this country and honestly in the world. And then my second one is corporate influence over government. And the way that these connect is when you have companies making so much money and they're allowed to play a role in politics, it will never happen that the government is going to work for the people who have no money and shut down the large corporations, the capitalist class who are funding their campaigns and basically come to own the government. So what needs to happen, first of all, money needs to be taken out of politics, but that will never happen under capitalism because what politician is going to be taking money from their donor and then tell their donor that, oh, by the way, I'm going to now block your influence over our government? It's just not going to happen, especially with the kind of people that we have in politics right now.
Right.
So what you need basically is a transformation of the role of government in the US away from a government that prioritizes and is owned by private capital and towards a government that is represented by and for the working class and the people as a whole.
Yeah, that's a great point. So do you think that's a way that we would still go through elections to get that done? Or do you think term limits, or do you think government should be obsolete, or what do you think would be the best path?
No, I'm definitely pro-government on your last point. I think that government is a great tool when it's used in the interest of the people. I think that the problem is not with government. The problem is with who is controlling the government. And on the term limits thing, I really don't think it would make that much of a difference at this point, just because you can interchange faces, but if they're beholden to the same people anyways, it doesn't really matter. It's just like when you elect a Democrat or a Republican president. The fundamental core aspect of the government never changes. It's always working for the ruling class. So that being said, we can make change through electoral politics, but it has to be through people who are ideologically driven, who don't take money from PACs and super PACs and private industry, and people who show a commitment that they're going to work for the people and not for capital.
Do you think that in your lifetime you would ever be able to see money out of politics?
Well, I wouldn't be in this if I didn't think so. So that's what I'll say.
I love your optimism, but I'm, let's see, 2.5 times your age. So I'm not certain I'll see it in my time. I really hope we do. But it's concerning. You know, we definitely have our fears, but I think your generation, especially when it comes to climate and stuff like that, you guys have been like freaking fighters, and it's been incredible to see. I mean, I cannot believe that. Well, first of all, shout out to your mom and dad. I love them because they know how to parent. Because first of all, I didn't learn shit about politics till I was 36 years old. So, I learned like many in 2015, and I was just like, vote blue and they're better. Yay, Obama. And I cannot fathom being in high school and being this educated politically and having parents as supportive as yours to actually say, you know what, let's fly you out to DC last year and let's fly you out to East Palestine this year. So shout out to them, because that's freaking amazing. And you are shaping into someone who I truly believe is one of the people who is going to change this country. I really do believe that.
I hope so.
Much power.
That's the plan.
Yeah, I believe it, Zach. I really do. I just think the world of you. What is something you would like to tell people about East Palestine and about why they should care? If they're not in Ohio or Pennsylvania, why should you care about East Palestine?
Sure. Well, first of all, it doesn't need to be a train derailment, but any disaster could happen to anybody. And when it's done likely by a private corporation, you see the treatment that the government gave to the people in East Palestine, which was basically nothing, and actively helping the other side throughout the entire process. So seeing that should show people that this government does not care about you the way that it's currently set up. So if you allow them to get away with things like this in East Palestine, if it happens to you, they're going to do the same thing. So people should really be paying attention to this, and it should be, honestly, the media is not giving it any attention, obviously, You know, they will focus only on the culture war, but people should be paying attention, and that's what we're doing, raising awareness. So
absolutely. Let's check in. Dum, 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 dum. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it hasn't gotten any higher. That makes me sad. But that's okay. So in a 4-hour stream, we raised $300. Thank you to everyone who donated. I know that's a lot of money for people. Trust me, I get it. I hope that more people donate when we get off the air, because our event is until next month. But we need to hit that $10,000, and we're at 8,500. So we definitely still have a way to go. Please keep in mind, to everyone watching, this is a fundraiser. As amazing as it was to have, 14 other people join me and have such a great discussion, the main purpose of this was to bring money together for the mutual aid for the people of East Palestine. So I'll do a minute closing up thoughts, but thank you so much, Zach, for joining. I really appreciate it.
thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Take care and talk to you soon.
You too. All right, bye.
So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This is kind of like, well, it's been 4 hours, so I definitely have to pee, but I mean, it's been pretty freaking epic. Like, I've talked to some amazing people tonight, and you guys have been able to listen to some amazing people share their stories. And this, the education is so important, because it's not just about our opinions. I talk about East Palestine every week, and, I've interviewed a lot of people from there, but that's not enough. It's everyone needs to do their part. And even if that's going online and saying, fuck Norfolk Southern, look at this article. They're literally giving the fucking governor of of Ohio a fucking award for his work. Like, these are things that should be all over people's pages. Like, what's going on is pure violence. That's what we're witnessing. And I'm trigger warning, this is going to get graphic, but I have had people, I'm a very private person. This is my real last name. I am private about personal information. But when it comes to East Palestine, I've been telling everyone, hey, you can give anyone my phone number. Just give it to them. I don't care. I'll talk to them day or night. And unfortunately, the calls I've been getting have been absolutely heartbreaking. I've had people call me in the middle of the night sobbing, saying, I don't think I can get out of bed in the morning. I had one lady call and say that her son was bleeding out of his penis. I had a woman call me and say that her son stopped breathing in the middle of the night. I mean, these things are so fucking serious, you guys. I can't even tell you. And we're going on 5 months. It's getting worse. It is getting worse. Like, I'm telling you, the stories I'm hearing from people are worse. It is in no way, shape, or form getting any better. These people, like fucking Biden and shit, they're not coming out because they want this shit to go away. And it's our fucking responsibility. Ours. Not just the people of East Palestine. It's our fucking responsibility to say, you know what? Fuck you, Norfolk Southern. You pieces of fucking shit. You are violent and you are murdering people. These people are being told they're never going to have kids. They're likely going to get cancer in the future. I had someone call me the one night and she was saying how her house of 3 generations, she has not been back in it for 5 months. She is no longer able to go in it. Her photo albums are there. Her dad's old suit he was wearing when he passed away is in there, which she always treasured. Too bad. She has furniture that is 3 generations old that she has reminders of being rocked by her grandmother on these chairs that now need to be completely decimated because they're covered in chemicals. I mean, these people are literally without homes. Literally, they have nothing. So not only are these people becoming unhoused, not only are these people needing to take baths in fucking bottled water, not only are these people screaming for help and getting none, there are people with, you know, with voices who aren't using them to stick up for these people. And we, M4M4ALL, are not martyrs. We're doing what everyone else should be doing. We're not doing anything fucking special. We're doing what every other fucking YouTuber or public figure or blue check or whatever the fuck you want to say, every other one of them should be doing this shit too. That's it. This is not special. This is about if you are fucking, you know, I consider myself a humanist and I believe whether we agree politically or anything, you deserve healthcare, water, clean air, clean environment. These are fucking fundamental rights. Period. And we are witnessing these people having direct violence thrust upon them. And we are witnessing people either ignore it, people try to rationalize it, people, I mean, trying to make excuses for it, people exacerbating it. We need to all fucking stand up. We have a responsibility. Are you an empath? Then get the fuck up. Then go on Twitter at the very least saying, you know what? Fuck Norfolk Southern. This is what I learned tonight. I listened to several people from East Palestine and they shared their story. And you know what? This is fucking wrong. Say it. Just say it. Just spread the fucking awareness at the very least. Because these people aren't getting fucking help. And obviously the government can't do shit. So, I mean, they can, they just don't fucking care. So that leaves it on us. And if we care about people and we care about these issues, then it's our job to fucking raise awareness and do what we can. So if you can donate, please do. It's Give, Send, Go. Jenna, I don't know if you're still here, if you could put it in the comments. It's Give, Send, Go, M4M4ALL. If you can donate, we're trying to get $10,000, which isn't that much, to be honest with you. If a rally could raise $100,000 for jumbotrons and shit, I think $10,000 to give some people some fucking water and groceries is understandable. So anything you can give, if you can't give, we understand, but please share the link and encourage others to donate. So this will be on YouTube and Rockfin. Please share it. Please smash subscribe for Savage Joy Marie Man on YouTube and Rockfin. And anything you give is so appreciated. And I know I can tell you right now, I've talked to a lot of people in EP and they are so thankful. so thankful for so much love and support that this has brought out. So thank you so much for tuning in, you guys. Thank you to the team at M4M4ALL. We have a great group of people who, you know, everyone has their own thing. We all contribute in some way, but we are all volunteers. So also keep that in mind, that, you know, we do what we can, but we are all volunteers. So far, we have been able to buy my round trip train tickets. I know. My round trip train tickets getting there from Harrisburg. The picnic pavilion rental for Washington State. The U-Haul rental. The oh, my mind went blank. Oh, just some other things. My mind went blank. But also, please keep in mind, so it's East Palestine. All of our events are on our website, M4M4ALL.org. Commie, can you write that in there? So we actually have a number of events on the 22nd of July, which is less than a month away. So there's the one I'm doing with these wonderful people in East Palestine. That information, the exact location, is on the website as well. There is Atlanta, Georgia, where we talked to David. He's going to be talking processing outside of the corporate Norfolk Southern headquarters. And then there's Vancouver, Washington. There's going to be a single payer picnic with speakers and education and food and just like a way to learn and get to know your community. There's going to be a virtual event. So we've got a lot going on the 21st and the 22nd, because the 21st, me and my comrades are actually going to bring another U-Haul to Darlington, PA, which is only 7 miles from East Palestine, but is also greatly affected by the train derailment. So we're doing lots of great things. So if you can donate, please do. But at the very least, please share what you learned tonight. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our supporters at M4M4ALL, because you guys have been with us for 3 fucking summers. 3 summers, which is a big fucking deal. We've done a lot in that time, and I'm so fucking proud of our team. And no, stop. I'm not getting emotional. Shut up. I can't read the comments. I'm talking to myself. But I'm so glad. Like, I'm so thankful for everyone who donated, and I'm so thankful that we can be there for as many people in East Palestine as we possibly could be. So thank you all so much again. Smash that like and subscribe and donate if you can. Much love.